The Olympic season is just on the horizon, but there is still some life left in the 2024-25 ISU short track season. Day one of the 2025 ISU Short Track World Championships from here at the Capitol Indoor Stadium in Beijing. Gavin Day, Tyler Dara alongside me. And Tyler, we can't resist the lure of the Olympics on the horizon in Milan, but it is perhaps fitting that as we look ahead, we look back to the previous host for today's World Championships.
Well, Beijing here setting the stage for the World Championships. As you mentioned, Gavin, the 2026 Milano Cortina on the horizon, but the athletes have to stay focused for today. They have the opportunity to crown themselves World Championships, which is a title desired by all. So everything will be put on the line today. And of course, there's the added, stress factor of possible qualifications for Olympic teams here for individuals who may hit a podium or win a distance. That could potentially select them or pre-qualify them to their national team to already represent their country next year in Milano Cortina.
If you've been watching the World Tour with us all season, it's the same schedule on day one. We're new world champions will be crowned today, though, in the men's 1,500 meters, the 500 meters, the women's 1,000 meters, and the women's relay, and then we'll cap it all off with the men's 5,000 meter relay semifinals. And Tyler, one thing you've noticed in particular, is that for such an unpredictable sport, pretty much all the favorites, particularly in the 1,500 meters, got through unscathed in the earlier rounds yesterday.
That's right, Gavin. We're seeing all the top-ranked skaters on the men's side competing in this 1,500 meter. We didn't lose any big names to mishap or misfortune. So it's all going to be thrown down amongst the best today on the ice.
When the racing lights come up, we know the skaters are about to take the ice. We get underway with the men's 1,500 meter semifinals. There will be 3 heats in all, and one of them will have 8 skaters on the ice.
Let's go.
That will be heat number 3. And just absolutely loaded heats. If you are with us this morning through the repechage, pretty fine job for Tyler Dara calling a few races there near the end. I appreciate your efforts, sir.
I'm doing my best. Thank you, Gavin.
Aren't we both? First heat of skaters out on the ice. How it's done with 3 heats. Top 2 from each race, and a maximum of 1 fastest third place skater go to the A final. And of course, if there are any advancements from those skaters outside those positions, that third place time goes right out the door. Here's heat number 1. Liu Xiaoang, expect a big ovation when he's announced. Felix Roussel of Canada, Adil Galiak-Matov, Roberts Krisbergs, Petrosiga, Stan Desmet, Ivan Donchev.
Well, with that 2+1 advancement, there won't be too much consideration or concern for time. However, being the World Championships, I expect to see these skaters being a little bit antsy, wanting to make sure they're positioning themselves near the front early in this race. And when that starts to happen, we see the pace naturally pick up quite quickly. So still, where it might be a slow start, we may see them quickly accelerate just a few laps into the race and get this battle underway.
The whistle to the line, it will be 7 skaters.
Go to the start. Red.
Not the slowest start you've ever seen, but also not exactly going rapidly off the line.
Well, a collected, conservative start to this race. I don't think this will last too long. You want to take advantage of the slow speed to position yourself up towards the front. Don't find yourself caught in the back when it accelerates. Skaters like the likes of Roberts Kreuzbergs, who's back in position number 6 right now, typically likes to get to the front. We see Pietro Segal making his move around the outside. Felix Roussel responding, moving into second position right behind Pietro Segal.
For the second day in a row, Segal's mother sitting right near us, and so keep an eye on her, see how she responds to her son racing. It was fun yesterday just to share some of the color that's going on in here. Pretty packed house in Beijing.
Well, now we're starting to see some movement. Felix Roussel positioning himself to the lead. Roberts Kreuzbergs has moved up, but Galiak-Matov has repositioned himself into third. Liu Xiaowang now moving up.
A lot of experience internationally out there with the likes of Galiak-Matov and Liu and Kreuzbergs, Roussel, Desmet, Ivan Donchev, the Bulgarian, perhaps trying to spring a surprise. And as I say that, the curse of the commentator, he goes down.
5 laps to go here. Expect this pace to drop quickly. We're still in the mid-9s. Pietro Segal racing from second right now, comfortably behind Felix Roussel. Watch to see if he sets up a pass now. But Felix Roussel is progressing the pace, and there is the move from Pietro Segal.
There is Segal to the lead. Never count out Stan Desmet either. But it's Liu.
Felix Roussel getting caught up there. Robert Kreuzberg taking advantage, moving to third, but he got held back a bit.
It's Segal,
and he's down. Just losing his footing.
Segal on his own. It's heartbreak for the Italian. It is Liu, looking like he will go to the A final. And Stan Desmet and Roberts Kreuzberg's in third, but a couple of incidents getting reviewed there.
A few incidents review. There was one particular where Liu Xiaowang was going inside of Felix Roussel. We'll have to get a look back.
Another one, I believe, was Kreuzberg's.
A very unfortunate fall for Pietro Segal there. He was comfortably in the lead of that race, in full control, when he just lost his footing in that corner. That will be certainly disappointing for Pietro Segal. We're getting a review here. Donchev on the inside, making contact with Galiak-Matov. There's the inside pass from Liu Xiaowang. Felix Roussel trying to hold him off.
We've seen skaters trying to go shoulder to shoulder with Roberts Kreuzbergs before, and that's usually the outcome.
And there's Pietro Segal just losing his right foot, the ice breaking out from underneath him. The frustration from Coach Maggie there. Never easy to see that happen to a skater. Liu Xiaowang and Stan Desmet cruising to first and second at the finish.
Liu doesn't hold a world ranking in this distance and potentially into the A final. They are still reviewing. Looks like decisions have been rendered. They go over to that second board to punch in results. So this is number 1, shoulder to shoulder. I mean, on the surface, Roberts Kreuzbergs is such a big guy, and Galiak-Matov is quite a bit smaller.
I might be looking at it outside to in from Kreuzbergs on Donchev there. That's sort of what I'm seeing on that incident.
Here we go, to the ice.
After review, penalty number 110 from Bulgaria.
And so it is just Donchev getting a penalty. And Liu to the A final, Desmet to the A final. Kreuzbergs, we'll see if 2:16.912 holds up. Unfortunate for Segal, he's been skating so well this weekend. And one of the exciting skaters to watch internationally.
Lane change inside to out from Donchev. Making that contact with Kreuzbergs.
Heat number 2. We'll see the results confirmed here. Park Ji-won, Lee Wenlong, Jens Vanetwad, Dan Koss, Sun Long, Hayashi Kosei, Niall Tracy. On another day, this is a final.
Well, Sun Long, world champion from last year in the 1500 meter. Silver was Jens van Wout, so we have two of the medalists from last year's 2024 World Championships in Rotterdam in this semifinal.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Park, of course, you always have to watch for. Lost his Crystal Globe title this year to William Dongeneau, but he knows how to win a race, simply put.
Niall Tracy working his way on the outside. That's a typical move we see from Niall, as he likes to race from the front of the pack. But Park Ji-won also likes to take control of the lead, so we'll see if he responds to that. And Park Ji-won now moves on the outside to go back to the lead, but Dan Koss also has that move in mind.
Koss will stand out with his orange helmet compared to his teammate in black. Niall Tracy picked up a medal on World Tour when we were here in December.
Well, Koss, Tracy, and Park are three skaters that like to be in the lead, so we see them exchanging passes here to get control of the race from the front.
It is Koss at the moment. Tracy, Van Wout up into third.
Jens van Wout just cleanly picking his way through the field. Park Ji-won tucking in behind him to get in the third position. Sun Long now positioning himself up into the middle of the pack.
The tidiest of moves, but he gets up into fourth. World champion Sun Long also won a gold medal here in December.
Once Jens van Wout gets control of race, he is so difficult to pass. Park Ji-won moving up into second position.
2 to go.
Lee Wenlong up the inside.
And here comes Hayashi. But it's Van Wout, Park, Lee. And is Hayashi going to make it close? It's Van Wout through. What a move by Hayashi. Did he get it? I wonder. But Park in second. Van Wout, though, as he's done so often, gets over the line first.
Well, a very well executed race from Jens van Wout. He was so patient within the pack. He wasn't making big efforts. He was just slowly picking his way through the field to get himself towards the lead. And once he struck that front of the race, he didn't look back. Showing his strength right there in this semifinal. He will be one to watch come the A final of this 1500 meter.
Van Wout looking like he stayed out of it. Yes, results are final. Lee did get up for third, but just by a little bit. So it's Van Wout, Park, and then Lee Wenlong with a 2:12, 2:77. That is faster than Heat 1. So Roberts Kreuzbergs will go for the B final. One more to go. They're out on the ice, including headliner, the Crystal Globe winner from this season, William Dongeneau, in perhaps you could say his preferred event, if such a thing exists anymore, for such an all-round guy. Brendan Corey, last year's bronze medalist in this distance. Kim Gun-woo, Felix Pigeon, Lucas Beckenhauser, Jungston Wu, Maxime Laoun, and Etienne Bastier.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Brendan Corey and William Dongeneau, as they both like to get near the front of the race. But Jang Sung-woo, an incredibly capable passer, so no matter where he is within that pack, he can strike in an instant. So watch for some impressive maneuvers from Jang Sung-woo coming up in this final heat.
There is the start list there. Dongeneau, winner last year in the 1,000 meters, which was an event he was in. Entered at the last second, really, but this one, if there is a bread and butter race, it's this one.
67, you're at the wall.
Max Laoun, position 7. He worked his way through the repechage this morning alongside Etienne Bastier.
Okay, you behind 5. Go to the start. Ready.
There, as you mentioned, Corey jumps to the front. Corey, as we found out, the former wrestler. Imagine they'll go shoulder to shoulder once or twice in this race, trying to defend a position or make the move up.
Well, Brendan Corey, like I said earlier, likes to be in front. He likes to start to get the pace going a little bit earlier. He's not afraid to get the speed going. He trusts his endurance. He trusts his ability. And being in the lead of the race, it's always a strong position to be. If any incidents occur, you're in position to be advanced as well to the A final if you're in those top 2 spots.
Donjanu to the lead. And now he's joined by his teammate, sort of, not quite. Some early bumping.
Well, it's so difficult when you lose your speed like that to re-accelerate. Max Leun's found himself trapped on the outside. Etienne Bastier loses his footing and takes down Max Leun outside of him. So that leads us with 6 skaters on their feet right now.
6 skaters, 6 laps to go already. 2 incidents that will get another look.
Danjanu looking in full control. But Kim Gun-woo tracking down right behind him. A little bit of a slip from Woo.
Brendan Corey going wide. He's got a pickup of speed, Tyler.
It's a long way to go when you're all the way back in position 6. Not an easy pass to make when we're already in these sub-9 second lap times. William Danjanu now setting up for the inside move to back into the lead. Oh, Jun Sung-woo on the move on Pigeon there.
It's Donjanu, Kim, and Speckenhauser right now. What remains?
Oh, Kim Gun-woo.
Kim goes down.
That same corner again, right near the same spot where Pietro Sigel went down. There's the bell.
All this drama. Donjanu stays out of danger. Speckenhauser with him. And it is Jung Sun-woo getting over for third. 3 yellow dots on your screen that will be reviewed, but I don't think any of them involve William Donjanu.
Well, over the course of the weekend, if you've been tuned in, we actually haven't seen too many falls where skaters are just kind of going off on their own or losing footing in the ice. This is kind of a trend we've seen these first 2 races that we haven't seen all weekend. The ice has been so dependable, so reliable here. It's often provided a lot of grip for the skaters, so they felt very confident.
It's been skaters towing in more often than they take themselves out.
So I think this is a look at the incident with Bastier and Max Leun. Max Leun might have found himself just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Bit of a contact maybe there. We'll try to see what they're looking at specifically. Kim Gun-woo losing his footing there as William Danjanu makes that inside pass. And then on this corner here, not yet the fall. Perhaps it's this review now. Just the left foot breaking out for Kim Gun-woo.
Proven World Cup winner before, but he wasn't even in all the World Tour events this season. The Korean side's so deep. And continuing that trend, Tyler, of plenty for our officials to review.
They've been kept busy today. It was a bit of a calmer day yesterday. However, as we get closer and closer to these finals, the pressure's adding up. The skaters are making more desperate moves from time to time. They're trying to do whatever they can to move themselves on in this competition.
One race earlier had 4 incidents to review. Here it is again. That was Corey and Leun. That originally forced Leun out wide.
Laoun able to stay on his feet through that.
So, yeah, that is one of them getting looked at. You have to wonder, was he in one of those possible advancement positions even that early in the race?
Well, Laoun was passing on the outside of Brendan Corey, who was sitting in second position at the time of the incident.
And the one with Bastier is also a possible arm block. And I believe that one of the incidents involving Pigeon is a shared responsibility, so that would mean no penalty. But there's a lot that they look at. Sometimes both skaters are getting looked at for their own infractions. This one, I believe, is ruled shared responsibility. Bastier goes out, and Laoun with him.
Just such an added element of pressure at the World Championships. If you're on the World Tour and sometimes things aren't going your way, you know, hey, I got another weekend. There's usually another World Tour stop on the horizon. You can come back, you can redeem yourself at the World Championships. All it is the here and now and today. So skaters will do whatever it takes.
Looks like decisions have been made and they're punching in those results. International crowd here. We had some Polish fans coming in saying hi to us as they walked by. We're in amidst everyone here right now.
There's a look, Jang Sung Woo and Felix Pigeon there.
That one is the one that I believe could be shared responsibility. One going in, one going
both skaters
out.
kind of moving in towards each other.
But we'll say it time and again, we're happy we're up here.
That's right. Now the skaters stand and wait, holding their breath for the final decision to be made.
Women's 1,000-meter quarters are already on the ice, but they're still waiting.
After review, yellow card for number 29 from Canada. Advanced number 36 for final A, Australia. Advanced final B, number 167 from France. Shared responsibility between skater number 39 from Poland and number 6 from Korea.
Okay, so we'll run that all down. Pigeon and Kim Gun-woo, first of all, shared responsibility in their incident. Yellow card for Maxime Laoun because both of those incidents, they say he was at blame. And so since Brendan Corey was at the front in an advancement position, he goes to the A final. And when Bastier and Laoun went down, Bastier was in a position for the B final, so he goes to the B final.
Great summary, Gavin.
I'm tired.
Well, here's a look of the shoulder of Max Laoun impeding Brendan Corey there, so that will be the advancement for Corey as he was in the second position. And now a look at Max Laoun again on the outside, making contact with Bastier. That creates this incident where they both go down, and that results in the yellow card for having had 2 penalties in the same race. And now the shared responsibility. You see Jang Sung-woo and Felix Pigeon moving in together, creating that contact. So there wasn't one skater in particular who was changing lane. They were both changing lane in towards each other.
So Brendan Corey into the A final, chance to repeat a podium performance of a year ago. It was a big historical moment last year, first Australian medal for, I think it was decades. Chance for more. And a look at the B final qualifiers. That's coming up after these women's quarterfinals in the 1,000 meters. There will be an ice resurface in there as well. First of 4 heats in the quarters. Fontana, Michelle Velzebor, Kim Geely, Rebecca Shiliche-Nemeth, and Gong Li.
Go to the start.
Oh my.
Ready.
Gong, 15th ranked in this distance, came through the repechage. Look at the talent in this field. This is a quarterfinal. Who's really known when to peak at the big moments, Ariana Fontana in blue, but it's Kim Geely on the front. She has now dropped the Crystal Globe helmet for an all-black number now. She was wearing it yesterday, but of course, that would be Kristen Santos Griswold's for next year.
Oh, Michelle Velzebor loses her footing as she goes to make an outside pass there.
I don't think any contact.
No, that was on her own again. Another one of those incidents. Ariana looking very comfortable in behind Kim Geely. There's a skater that you want to tuck behind. Kim Geely can certainly push the pace to make it increasingly difficult to pass. So sometimes protecting your second position is a great strategy.
Top 2 automatically go to the semis. Maximum 2 fastest third place skaters as well. It's Kim, it's Fontana for the moment. But somehow I don't think this story is over.
I love the way that Kim Geely is just pushing the pace from the front. You can see her dropping her arms now, building up some speed. Gong Li looking up the inside of Fontana.
1 to go. Fontana trying to reclaim some speed for a move here.
On the outside. What a power move.
Who takes it? Kim in front, I think. Fontana went wide to build up some speed. Tyler, that was, I mean, it's a photo for top 3. I still think Kim was in front, but second, I don't know.
Well, there is an incident to review here. I think they might be looking at the inside pass from Gong Li on Fontana, but what a photo finish.
The first incident that was cleared, that was the green dot, that was Velzebor going down, and now we've seen it a few times, Tyler. Could some of these skaters just be expecting a different ice condition like they got yesterday, and it might be a bit different today?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we've talked about that too. The conditions of the ice can change from air temperature as well. So we have quite a few more people in the building today. That's going to be increasing the surface temperature of the ice. It seems like it's a little bit more dry today, maybe a little bit more breaky out there, causing these falls.
And it's been warm in here all weekend too.
Here's a look. Ariana Fontana on the outside of that last corner. Does a great job watching her arm, ensuring she's not doing an arm block, but I don't think she was able to carry enough speed.
I think it's Kim and Fontana.
I think Fontana, yeah.
What's interesting is that it's been dry here all week, and there it is, Kim, Fontana, and Gong just coming up short. It's been dry here all week, and then I was feeling outside, I thought, this feels a bit more humid today. My lips aren't as dry, and then it started to rain.
Well, we've seen the photo finish, but we are still waiting on the review. One of those incidents between Gong Li and Fontana.
Looks like they're done there.
We're getting a review here.
Did she maybe drift out a little bit, I wonder? That would have ramifications for advancement.
Either way, that was a veteran move from Ariana Fontana there to keep her speed moving on the outside. Despite having lost that second position, battling right to the end of the race.
Here's the announcement.
After review, no penalty for shared responsibility between skater number 105 from Italy and number 17 from China.
There you go. You had a feeling, didn't you? They were both. It didn't really impact, I don't think, the result in the end. Fontana came back and got second anyway, despite Gong passing her.
Well, if we get a review here,
we'll get that
you
angle,
can see,
hopefully. Yeah,
hopefully get the front on the head on. Here it is. You see both skaters kind of getting their elbows up here. Fontana there, Gong Li kind of pushing back here. This is a little bit of a back and forth, so shared responsibility for that incident.
One shoves one way, then the other comes back the other way. Heat number 2. Chaemin Zhang, Florence Brunel, Petra Vankova, Yang Jingru, Tineke Dendulk, who I got a chance to review her repechage this morning. Every skater in front of her went down and she won the race.
Go to the start. Ready.
That was the race that had 4 incidents to review, but when everybody went out, Tineke Dendulk just kept skating. I thought it earned the title of a Bradbury when every skater in front goes down and the one sitting at the back crosses the line first. It's Brunel right now. Every time Yang moves, listen to the fans.
Yang just following right in behind Chaemin Zhang. Nice move up the inside. Florence Brunel looking to respond. Nothing opening there.
2 automatically move on, remember.
Brunel now trying to hook up the inside. Takes position. Yang looking to respond back. You can see her trying to build some speed. Brunel really defending that second position. She's allowing for a little bit of a gap. Yang takes advantage of it. Brunel holds on.
Able to stay on her feet. That will get reviewed though. There was contact. Choi and Yang right now. Vankova. Say hypothetically there is a penalty. Vankova could be up for second. But at the moment, Chaemin Zhang, Yang Jingru, 1 and 2 over the line.
Well skated from Chaemin Zhang. She won the second 1,000 meter of this season in World Tour stop number 2 in Montreal. And if you've been looking at the heats, you may have noticed the absence of Kristen Santos Griswold and Danae Blais. There was an incident in the mixed relay yesterday, which caused an injury for both skaters. They're still potentially in the wing for tomorrow if they're feeling better.
Blais, from what I understood, there are worries of a concussion. No neck, no soft tissue injuries, which is good, but I think if anyone's more unlikely to skate, it's Danae Blais. Santos Griswold, from what you hear, it depends on how she rests. She took a shoulder to the mouth, and that's where potentially the bulk of the injury came from. There's less of a worry of concussion, but it all comes down to rest for her. So today, no. Tomorrow, we'll see.
And Danae Blais and Kristen Santos Griswold each won a 1,000 meter World Tour stop this season themselves. So that really quite changes the dynamic and a little bit the depth of the field when you have, of course, Crystal Globe champion Kristen Santos Griswold not in the mix, and Danae Blais, who is such a specialist in the 1,000 meter, out of the event as well.
Santos Griswold, of course, also the defending world champion. So that means we will have a new world champion today. Decisions made. To the ice we go.
After review, no penalty for shared responsibility between skater number 27 from Canada and number 2125 from China.
It's the theme of the day, shared responsibility, it seems. And that means Vankova, look at her, a third place time, 131.175, 131.154 for Gong Li, agonizingly close for her in third. But you see Choi and Yang, 1 and 2 moving on, and we will see a look at the incident.
Bit of that wide entry from Florence Brunel, looking to build some speed, but Yang jumping up the inside, just going shoulder to shoulder.
Couldn't really tell who was in front there, could you?
Yeah.
Heat number 3. Sandra Velzabor, Courtney Thoreau, Gabriela Topolska, Kamila Starmovska, and Julie Latai. Latai came through the repechage this morning. But watch out. Sandra Velzabor, I'm going to predict she's going to go to the front.
Starmovska picking up some debris off the ice.
Go to the start. Ready.
And yes, I was right. Sandra Velsborg loves to lead from the front.
Well, watch for Courtney Saroux. Courtney Saroux right now looking more behind her, shoulder checking, so that indicates to me she's maybe just comfortable tucking in behind Sandra Velsborg. We'll see if that lasts for long. If you start to feel under pressure, that may entice you to make a move to the front, but Courtney Saroux, again, staying very vigilant. Sandra accelerates the pace.
Fastest woman in the world record holder in the 500 meters.
Well, we saw Sandra Velsborg throw down a 41.8 yesterday in the 500 meter, indicating she has the speed right now.
A tie up to fourth. Still Velsborg. Tyler said yesterday she picked up a win in Montreal in the 1,000 meters, just the one win. A lot of her World Tour points came through the 500 meters with a number of wins there. Now Saroux looks, decides not to go try to force it. And it could be wire to wire. Just kept the speed way too high, didn't she?
Well, Courtney Saroux was really skating defensively behind Sandra. She wasn't applying any pressure to Sandra Velsborg to make a move, kind of letting Sandra Velsborg do the work and then skate protective from second position, kind of looking. You could see constantly throughout the race she's just paying close attention to what was happening behind her. So challenging to do that sometimes because you're a little bit more vulnerable in position number 2. However, that was very well executed from both Sandra Velsborg and Courtney Saroux.
Velsborg will of course be going for the 500 tomorrow as well.
So you watch on the corner exits here, Courtney Saroux will often drop their head down, looking on her inside shoulder. There's another look at the finish.
Velsborg made it look easy, didn't she?
Yeah.
It's not.
Nothing about this sport is easy. You certainly got to be tough and resilient to compete in short track speed skating and do away with any fear factor that might be in your body.
Results confirmed. One more heat still to come. Hannah de Smet, another woman who is absolutely in phenomenal form right now. Nakashi Mamide, a pair of Italians, Gloria Iuriatti, Elisa Confortola, and Sofia Kanya, representing Hungary.
Go to the start. Ready.
De Smet was in the running for that Crystal Globe for much of the season and really made it interesting late during the European swing. Confortola, also one of the rising stars in that Italian program.
We'll keep an eye on Hannah de Smet. She likes to stay patient, make big attacks on the outside where she just can put a gap on the rest of the field. But this pace is moving quite quickly already. Led by Gloria Iuriatti, now Confortola taking over. This won't be an easy move for Hannah de Smet as she looks around the outside. But they are moving quite quickly.
We do know she has that endurance from the 1500. Now she goes.
Well, when the pace is high, these outside passes around an entire pack are all the more difficult to complete.
Oh, she's doing it. Can she do it? Can she find a place to tuck in?
Well, she hooked inside. No, she's going to continue looking outside. Now she's going to tuck in a second. And again.
Leading. De Smet is never afraid to make a move. It's come back to Hunter once or twice, but wow, the fans love that one. De Smet wanted to win that one.
Well, the Italian duo there certainly made her work for it. Compliments to Hannah DeSmit, doing a really good job. When you're going at that quick speed, you naturally want to put your hand down on the inside, but you have to be so cognizant you don't impact or arm block a skater or make contact with your knee. So you're kind of watching as you're wanting to lead over, put that hand down, but not let it interfere with somebody else's skating, because that will find you with a penalty.
And that was the fastest heat. And so Yoriati in third will move on, as will Kamila Stormovska from heat number 3. With no advancements, the 2 third-place skaters from heats number 3 and 4 will move into the semis.
Here's a look at DeSmit on the outside. Watch her being so careful with that left arm not to make contact with Confortala as she goes around the outside.
She wasn't happy sitting in second. She wanted the win.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you don't want to give, you don't want to let someone think they're better than you, right? You're always trying to, assert your dominance in a competition of saying, hey, this is where I stand. Be aware of me.
So they will be back for the semis coming up after the men's 1500 meter finals. We get our first ice flood of the day on the other side. The B final, the men's 1500 meters, and then the race for the medals. That's in about 13 minutes. So enjoy the broadcast we have for you today. We've shot some features. Our crew here has put together some good stuff. And we'll see you on the other side for the races, for the medals in the men's 1500.
William Dodgener does it!
There's a collision there, both go down. He is just too good at the moment.
That was the ending, little do they know that I came to bang. Hit them is critical, physical, typical, pitiful. How you gonna stay?
A moment to savor.
Can you lead will win on high mind?
Just to bow with my name.
3 skaters going for it. It is illegal.
What you think it's a game? You will not leave the same. I'ma show you who reigns.
For the second time this season, the best in the world of short track are in Beijing. Last time it was for the World Tour Stomp. This time it's something different. This time we also have this guy, Gavin Day, alongside Tyler Dara. Tyler, we've had a whole World Tour season. This time around, World Championships.
Well, World Championships is just a whole nother level of energy. There's that title on the line of being crowned world champion that all the skaters are going to be competing for. It's so great to be here in Beijing. It's a hotbed of short track speed skating. It's going to be a great weekend here.
Now, the Capitol Indoor Stadium was the third of 6 stops on the inaugural ISU Short Track World Tour. And what a season it was. Let's take a look now at some of the highlights of this past season.
Now we create a show. I think it just leveled up.
I really enjoyed skating against the best 3 of every country every time. You get into a quarterfinal and you're already like, geez, how am I going to get through this race, you know?
最高峰の大会とか、ワールドツアーで2人で金メダル争いをしてたりとかいう瞬間がとても、刺激を受けます。
You skate with the best competitors all the time.
제가 정말 좋아하는 것 중에 하나가 경기장 안에서 저희는 정말 치열하게 싸웁니다.
We won all 3 relays in Montreal. That was actually so fun.
It is going to be relay dominance for the Ice Maples.
在我自己的主场，然后还是希望去全力以赴的打好这场比赛。
就是还是怎么说呢？还是在家门口的时候，就是还是说。
한국에서 금메달을 땄던 게 제일 크게 기억에 남는 것 같습니다.
제주에서 1등을 한다는 것은 정말 말도 안 되는 일인 것 같아요.
When you're skating in front of your home crowds in Tilburg, you feel a little bit more pressure before because you wanna show them how good we are.
We got the mixed gold, and then the ladies won the relay gold, and then it was the men's relay. Like, if we win, we got 3 relays.
It is Jens van het Wouden. The Dutch are over the line first.
At that moment, you are the best and best there is, and it's a really great feeling to do that in front of the home public.
The Sunday of Milan was the best moment. The individual medal, but also the men's relay was in front of my home family, my friend, and every fan was there.
Walka barku parki, kto będzie pierwszy? Włosi! Coś niesamowitego! Brawa, brawa, brawa!
Skating in Milan was pretty good. It was a lot of fun. The whole weekend, you know, we had kids coming from schools, and you know, hearing them, their joy, their cheer. I think all the athletes enjoyed the Milan tour because of that. So we got to experience a little bit of what could potentially be during the Olympic Games.
To do it throughout a whole season, all 3 distances for me. Really, to see how you hold on to your fitness throughout the season, it's nice to see.
You know, the commentating, all the contents that they're being done, it's pretty good. If we get to progress and do more of that, I think that it will be really good for the growth of skating.
I think we had a really good, strong field of women competing. That was nice. There were some really intense races, so that was really cool. The new suits, I like that, and like all the promotion a bit around it. I think, yeah, it was a real show, and I like that.
So many great moments from this season on World Tour. Now, Tyler, putting you on the spot here. It's tough to pick just a handful, but what really stood out for you?
Well, it's so tough to put the World Tour season into one sentence here, but I think William Danjanu's consistency over the course of the year, his dominance was just incredible. The rise of Jens van het Wout was impressive to watch, especially over the later World Tour stops as we move towards this World Championship weekend. On the women's side, Corey Stoddard making really a breakthrough this year, consistent on the podium, and then of course the likes of Kristen Santos Griswold getting crowned that Crystal Globe champion. What a fantastic World Tour that was.
Heading back into the action here inside the Capitol Indoor Stadium in just a few minutes. The men's 1500 meter finals coming up. back up. We are about to crown our first world champion of the day, but first we go to the B final. It's coming up. The skater's not on the ice just yet. If you are new to short track, the A final gets a big kind of showtime presentation. The B final, they get an informal one down at the start line, so we will throw it down for the skaters to be introduced one at a time for the B final. No worries about advancement, finishing in a certain position, just a race amongst themselves. 7 skaters. You see the start list, counting to see if all 7 make it. They do. Jungsun Wu, Li Wenlong, Hayashi Kosei, Dan Koss, Roberts Krisbergs, Felix Roussel, and Etienne Bastier. For a skater like Bastier, skating for what would be a career high result for him. No better place to do it than World Championships. Down to the ice for the introductions. Or not. Just a bit of a delay here. Now we go.
Go to the start. Ready.
So sometimes, Tyler, skaters opt to not go for the B final if they have other races ahead of them, but everyone here on the start line.
Well, for different countries, you're also still maybe qualifying for your own national team, or there's different criteria for finishings at World Championships, which the results can impact. These skaters are still racing for top 10 performances at the World Championships, which could be integral to their selections to their own various national teams. So you still want to come out here and perform despite it being the A final, and maybe you had your eyes set on the A final. It's still a very important race for their rankings.
Li Wenlong gets the nice ovation. I'm sure every move he makes will be cheered, and you don't often get that opportunity, and so I'm sure he wants to soak that in as much as possible. Right now though, Dan Koss to the front, Hayashi Kosei right behind him. One of those skaters who's made incredible leaps this season.
Well, we saw a little bit of jostling there from Felix Roussel and Li Wenlong. Pace is still, though, a little bit on the slower side. I expect to see one of these skaters a little bit further in the back of the pack, try to make a move to the front, and now Felix Roussel opts to go around the outside rather than inside. And he completes that move nicely. You love to see that outside pass be completed just within a corner. You don't want to get caught outside for long. And Hayashi Kosei back to the lead of this race.
Hayashi, one of the smaller guys on the circuit, but he just gets, Tyler always likes to know how low he gets down to the ice.
Oh, he's impressively low. Sometimes I wonder if it's too low, too early, but he obviously has the strength to maintain that. Dan Koss now looking outside. Felix Roussel putting up a good defense.
Hayashi still leading, down to 3.
Felix Roussel up the inside. He did a terrific job defending that second position, using his track pattern, and then moves into the lead of this race. Dan Koss has been looking to try to move up into the second time and time again, but now on the outside, Jang Sung Woo as we get the bell lap.
It is still Roussel. Jang making a late move up the inside into second, but Roussel holds them off. Dan Koss up for second. I don't think anything's getting reviewed there.
Well, a strong race from Felix Roussel. As I was mentioning earlier, he was really doing a good job of using his track pattern, not getting desperate, kind of making some a little bit wider entries to tighter entries. That causes the skaters behind you to kind of have bunch up, and then they don't get a very good entry into the corner to build speed. So then you can accelerate out of the corner, making it very challenging for those following skaters to try to ever set up a pass on you. And then he had his moment to move to the lead, which we're seeing right now on the replay, jumping up the inside. Beautifully executed inside pass from Felix Roussel.
So can also say the last race for him in the 1500 of the season was a victory for him. So you tell yourself that going to the offseason, I imagine, little bits to build on.
And hey, that's overall, that will be an 8th place finish at the World Championships.
And not everybody gets to do that. So it's Roussel, Koss, and Jang, 1, 2, and 3 results confirmed. And that means time to award our first World Championship of the weekend. The pads are open. I always like to see how they're going to introduce them. Rotterdam really introduced that last year where they opened up the end of the rink and the skaters could just burst onto the ice. And they're kind of doing something similar this year, but they're doing it from the side. But it's still fun to watch. The lights go down. The introductions can begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final 8 presentation for the men's 1500 meters. 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是男子1500米 A 组决赛。Lane number 1 from Canada. 1号位来自加拿大。William D'Antino. Lane number 2 from Italy. 2号位来自意大利。Lucas Laschenhausen. Lane number 3 from Netherlands. 3号位来自荷兰。Jens van Wout. Lane number 4 from Republic of Korea. 4号位来自韩国。Han Ji-won. Lane number 5 from Australia. 5号位来自澳大利亚。Randall Corey. Lane number 6 from China. 6号位来自中国刘胜。
say you might not have a more star-studded final. You look at the likes of Donjanu, Park, and Vanuatu all together. Never mind the rest of the guys in the field, all capable of finishing on the podium. In fact, all of them have
That's
World
right.
Championships.
Lucas Speckenhauser picked up a bronze medal last year in the 1,000 meter. Brendan Corey, bronze medal in the 1,500 meter. William Danjanu, of course, world champion in the 1,000 meter. Jens van Wout, silver medal in the 1,500 meter last year. But we will crown a new world champion as Sun Long is not in this A final.
7 skaters. First world champion in Beijing to be crowned in moments.
Ready.
Almost following the form book from before, the likes of Donjanu and Corey getting to the front, albeit at this slower pace, but it will build and build, and the drama and tension along with it.
Well, when you have a race with this much depth in it, you cannot find yourself caught towards the back. I expect to see this race escalating quickly in terms of speed. We are off to a bit of a slower start, a little bit more manageable pace, but that is going to change drastically. And we've been seeing a battle between William Danjanu and Jens van Wout over the last few World Tour stops. We'll see if anyone can interrupt their victories that they've been having. And Park Ji-won, former Crystal Globe champion, takes the lead of this race. And Lucas Speckenhauser gets caught up. I think there was a clash of the blades there that puts him down to the ice. And William Danjanu now finds himself all the way back in 6th.
It is Park, DeSmet, and Lou at the moment. But Corey wanting to get back to the front.
Jens van Wout sneaking up the inside. Liu Xiaowang, William Danjanu now making his move on the outside. Brendan Corey to the lead.
And now Donjanu hits the front. 6 to go, coming up to 5.
Keep an eye on Danjanu. He is incredibly skilled when it comes to track pattern. He makes it so difficult to challenge him for the lead. Dan DeSmet moving up the inside of Corey.
Never afraid to make a move. The Speckenhauser incident was cleared. That's what the green dot is, so nobody getting penalized there. Park into 3rd. Corey battling back.
2 laps to go here. Danjanu holding this lead. Jens van Wout's caught up in the middle of it. Brendan Corey gets pushed out.
So often this season, Donjanu at the front meant that is all she wrote. He is going to push. This is Donjanu's preferred distance. Donjanu taking off for gold. And DeSmet right behind him models the celebration.
Putting the crown on a championship year, William Danjanu claiming that 1,500 meter world championship title. It evaded him last year, 2024 in Rotterdam. He claims it today in Beijing.
And the Canadians on the board first. And DeSmet, I don't think he had an individual medal on World Tour this season.
Not this season.
And he shares a celebration with his sister. Great moment for DeSmet, timing it right to get up into 2nd, but catching that man is almost impossible these days.
Well, that race was near perfectly executed from William Danjanu. Once he took control, he just kept building the speed. There was so much depth in the middle of that pack, so much back and forth jostling for position. It let William Danjanu pull away from the rest of the field. Dan DeSmet was positioned perfectly to stay on the back of Danjanu as those passes and interferences were occurring behind them, and they put a gap on the field.
DeSmet celebrating with the Canadians. He trains in Montreal. Him and Hannah DeSmet have a place in Montreal. Part of that Belgian program. Trains there.
We gotta wait for the official. There are some reviews underway. There's a look at Lucas Speckenhauser. I think he just caught the blade on a heel of someone else's skate.
That's the one that's cleared.
Jens van Wout jumping up the inside of Corey there. This is where Corey gets pushed out there to the outside. Park Ji-won battling with Liu Xiaowang. Liu Xiaowang was making a run. We'll have to wait for the official results here to see who our podium finishes are.
think we can say we know the top two. It was Van and Wout third over the line, but that incident right there. Desmet, like I noted, modeling the D'Angenu taking flight celebration for the first time this weekend. We will hear "O Canada." And Van Wout is waiting near the end to see what the word is. Results aren't official. The top two, I think, know their top two. Where will the bronze medal go? Looks like a decision has been rendered.
Well, presuming that William D'Angenu has claimed the title here, that is a huge weight off of your shoulders going through the remainder of the weekend. Allows you to skate a little bit more freely when you head into your next races. William D'Angenu still has the 500 meter today, the 1,000 meter tomorrow, but kind of some of that weight, you know, is gone. You're going to skate a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more freely. It gives you that confidence. You know what you're capable of.
The results are in. To the ice we go.
After review, penalty number 13 from the Netherlands.
And he didn't say, that's a bronze medal for Liu Xiaoang. And that's why the Chinese fans are celebrating. Penalty for Van Wout. And so the podium, D'Angenu, Desmet, and Van Wout, they had already put up the Dutch flag on the podium. They're going to have to change that. Here it is, an illegal late pass at the call. Unfortunate for Brendan Corey.
Yeah, Corey, unfortunately, the victim of that pass, but Liu Xiaoang able to capitalize on that. But Brendan Corey, a fifth place finish here in the 1,500 meter at the World Championships, coming back after the bronze from last year. Still an incredible performance for him.
And Liu as well, maybe not the best individual season, but here he is on the podium.
Well, Liu
at the World
Xiaoang,
Championships.
he's certainly faced his struggles this season, but this will make some of those frustrations feel a little better. Walking away with some hardware at home in Beijing.
And what's interesting is both Desmet and D'Angenu are skating around, keeping the legs going because they both have 500s to do later.
Well, they're going to want to hit the bike as soon as they can to flush some of that lactic acid and get warmed up for their 500 meter events, which are going to be coming up very quickly.
And there is Liu on the ice to get his medal. After this, we do go right back into the action with the women's 1,000 meter semifinals. They're just loading up the Chinese flag onto the rostrum there. And then we will get the medals. We will throw it down for the victory ceremony, which will get underway in just a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the CNSG 2025 ISU World Championship 1500 meters men. 女士们、先生们，滑铁卢团2025年北京国际滑联世界短道速滑锦标赛男子第7500米颁奖仪式现在开始。为获运动员颁奖的就是国际滑联赛。Gifts will be presented by Chief Referee. 为获奖运动员颁奖品是裁判长 Volas Gomez. In first place, bronze medalists representing China. 获得铜牌的是来自中国刘少昂。 Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Canada. 女士们、先生们，请起立，奏加拿大国歌。
If he wasn't already a hot commodity heading into an Olympic year, William Dongenew certainly is now. Canada, a nation yesterday. They got a new prime minister, and now they have a new 1500-meter men's world champion. I'm sure they'll both make the same headlines back there. No flood coming up here. We go right into the women's 1,000-meter semifinals. It will take a minute to get all that off there.
Well, congratulations to William Dongenew, Stan DeSmit, Liu Xiaowang. What a great start to our 2025 ISU World Short Track Championships here in Beijing. And we'll be right back into the action with the women's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Semifinals coming right up.
You corrected me enough yesterday when we were all fading at the end of 8 hours straight here. And Dongenew, as you mentioned, on course, 1 of 3, question mark? 500 meters will be out shortly, and so he is involved in all the individual distances. bit of a victory lap for Liu Xiaoan for third place. I think he's got to get off the ice quickly because racing is continuing here.
Well, William Danjanu, I think, skates his best when he controls from the front. We'll look to see more of that, especially in the 1,000-meter from him tomorrow.
And women's 1,000-meter semis, 2 heats. Top 2 from each race and up to 1 fastest third-place skater go to the A final. Heat number 1 already on the ice, 2 Italians, Gloria Ioriatti and Ariana Fontana. Choi Min-jong of Korea, also her teammate Kim Gi-lee, and Yang Jingru of China. And in Kim and Fontana, 2 skaters who were in the gold medal final last year.
Well, Kim Gi-lee, also the 1,500-meter world champion from last year in Rotterdam, was a part of that crash in the 1,000-meter final with the likes of Christian Santos Griswold last year and Susanna Schulting.
Schulting, a part of Team Sprint Gold over at the World Single Distances in Hamar. Everything speed skating this weekend on the oval and here on the short track. To the start we go.
Go to the start. Ready.
Interesting little sandwich there. Bread of the Italian blue in the middle, 2 Korean skaters, and then in the middle, the Chinese red kit. But it is Ioriatti on the front. One of those consistent skaters who always seems to find herself in semis. Oh, Yang caught up there in the middle of just a number of skaters coming together.
Choi Min-jong was really showing some strength in the quarterfinal. I think she's going to be the one to try to beat in this semifinal. In control of this race right now.
That incident will be reviewed. Is Choi, Ioriatti, Kim, and Fontana. And now it's Ioriatti going down.
Tight inside pass from Kim Gi-lee. That puts Ioriatti down into the mats. Choi Min-jong maintaining the lead. Ariana Fontana now pushing on the outside. Choi Min-jong responding by accelerating out of that corner, building up some speed. We see the pace quickening.
It is Fontana into second. 2 to go. At the bell, Choi Min-jong leading. Ariana Fontana in second. Kim Gi-lee pushing late. Is she gonna beat Fontana? No, it is Choi, it is Fontana. And Kim, that incident with Ioriatti will be reviewed. But Fontana, if her result holds, finding her way to another major final.
Well, 2 incredibly experienced skaters, Olympic champions, world champions, the likes of Choi Min-jong and Ariana Fontana, showing us how it's done there. In an interview earlier this year with Kim Gi-lee, asked, who is your idol, who do you admire? Her response, Choi Min-jong.
So this is the first incident where Yang went down. And
just losing her footing on that corner.
No contact, it seemed. Very close quarters.
I think she was so tight on that entry. She saw she was coming towards that block. A little bit wobble of her left foot. Here's the inside pass attempt from Kim Gi-lee on Ioriatti, trying to force her way back into the track.
Is it a shared responsibility, or Ioriatti, was she going straight?
Yeah, it could be a lane change inside to out from Kim Gi-lee. We'll try to get a look to see what they're looking at there. failure to give way possibly.
And they are still reviewing it. There is the review room where on-ice officials.
Iriarty, I believe, was she sitting in second position at the time of the incident?
I believe she was, and I'm trying to watch if she was leaning into, but by the time the collision happened, I thought she might have been going straight.
Definitely a little bit of a shift from both skaters in their track there down the straightaway. We're referencing that blue line. You see that blue line on the straightaway? The officials have that blue line put into the track so they can really identify the direction that the skaters are traveling and how are they moving in reference to that blue line to see the track change. That's been a great addition to the ice surface for the ISU. It really aids the officials. It gives us an indication of the lines that the skaters are choosing. They cannot be shifting over to block or make contact with another skater, but at times both skaters are doing it together, so it's a potential shared responsibility when that happens.
So yeah, the first one, Yang Jingru really penalized herself, and so it is a possible lane change from inside to out, but also a possible shared responsibility. Now we find out.
After review, no penalty for shared responsibility between skater number 1 from the Republic of Korea and 26 from Italy.
And there you go. So one going in, one going out was the ruling, essentially. So shared responsibility, the call.
Well, we'll watch the replay here. Reference that blue line down the straightaway. See how the skaters are moving. We'll see Iriarty on the outside, Kim Gilly on the inside of that blue line, but both shifting, and Iriarty shifts to her left. Kim Gilly now pushing back to her right to get back onto the track. Shared responsibility of those two skaters come together before the corner entry.
So Iriarty shifted early, and I thought maybe she was just holding her line, but they did see that shift over beforehand. Anyway, Heat 2. Hanna Desmet, Elisa Confortola, Sandra Velsboer, Courtney Sarow, Kamila Stormovska.
Go to the start. Ready.
3 skaters in this race ranked in the top 8. Courtney Sarow's ranked 11th, but keep in mind she missed the start of the year, coming back from concussion, and has been progressing. She picked up, it was a gold medal, wasn't it, in Tilburg. Emotional result for her.
Well, you know the speed, endurance of Hanna Desmet. You want to try to be in the front of this race before she makes that strike. Hanna Desmet's been looking for that outside pass throughout the weekend. She's been doing it so well, but if you can be positioned in the front where Courtney Sarow is right now, you will be in good position when Hanna Desmet goes to make her move. We'll see if Sandra Velsboer looks to try to regain the lead from Courtney Sarow here. But on the outside, Confortola now making the move.
Skater who has won.
Well, Courtney Sarow's really pushing the speed here. That's making it increasingly difficult. There's Sandra Velsboer now jumping up into the lead of the race.
Is Velsboer. Once she hits the front, she is just often too quick for anyone to pass.
Well, these skates, we're in the low 9s, high 8s right now. Watch Hanna Desmet building her speed on the outside. Very challenging at this pace, though, to go around the long way. She jumped up the inside.
Wow.
Nice double inside pass from Desmet.
How about that? Hanna Desmet on a roll. Goes from 3rd to 1st at the bell. Her passing this weekend seems to be at another level.
Absolutely. That was just a beautiful pass. Double inside from Hanna Desmet. We've been seeing her. I talked about it earlier. Usually choosing to go around the outside a little bit safer, but when the pace is that quick, when you're looking at those low 9s, high 8s, it's so challenging to go around the outside at that pace. So it's easier to go the shorter distance, go up the inside. Now, one thing to consider here is we're also looking at the time advancement. There was one position available for time. We haven't seen any advancements, and that was a quick race right there.
And it is Courtney Sarow in 3rd, moving into the A final, 128.29. Desmet, very close with her brother. They lived together in Montreal. She just saw her brother win silver. Now she has a chance to meet or perhaps surpass that.
There's another look at that inside pass. You can see her really fighting to hold that Your legs are fatigued at the end of the race. A little bit shaky there, but she's able to stick it out.
The fact that she did that with a lap to go to make 2 positions, how special is that?
Well, just patience and execution there from Hannah de Smet, and making it clean.
They will be back on after the next resurfacing. Results confirmed. De Smet, Velzeboer, Suro to race for gold. Now into the men's 500-meter quarterfinals. 4 heats. Top 2 in each race. Up to 2 fastest third-place skaters moving on. Heat number 1, Stephen Dubois. Out of position 1, Daniil Aibog from Uzbekistan. Abzal Ashgaliev from Kazakhstan. Robert Skrisberg from Latvia. And Sun Long from China. Dubois. This is maybe the last feather in his cap that he has yet to win a gold medal at a World Championships at any level.
Go to the start. Ready.
And good start for Sun.
So Sun Long won the 500-meter event earlier this year in Beijing. He wants to repeat here today at the World Championships, but Stephen Dubois off to a blistering start as usual.
Dubois so often just uncatchable in the 500. Sun into second.
Beautiful inside pass from Sun Long. 1 to go. Stephen Dubois maintaining his lead.
Dubois just holding on, and he will do it all the way to the semis. 40.01. I imagine that might shift down below 40 seconds. But Dubois jumps to the front, and as is often the case, just too quick to catch.
Well, Stephen Dubois has done what he does time and time again all season long. He captured 3 gold medals, 2 silvers on the World Tour, was only held off the podium 1 time when he had an unfortunate fall at the last tour stop in Milan that kept him from striking the podium. However, what a race from Sun Long. Position 5 on the line. That is the hardest position to start from in the 500 meter. You have the most ground to cover. You typically have a struggle off the start, but Sun Long was able to jump up to 3rd right away, executed a beautiful inside pass on Daniil Aibog there to clinch that 2nd position to move through to the semifinals.
Aibog 3rd with a 40.122.
That is a quick time, so we will be watching for the advancements, potential time advancements. So that one could potentially hold.
And if you are watching, assuming you are watching at home, I've learned to trust this man next to me. He's usually pretty accurate in it, but we'll see this time. Heat number 2, Jens Van Het Wout. Out for a bit of redemption here. Quentin Fercoq of France. Stan de Smet just on the podium. Marinus Berzins and Park Ji-won all the way out in position 5. Maybe not his preferred event.
Well, Jens Van Wout, Stan de Smet, and Park Ji-won were all in that 1,500 meter final just moments ago. So at least they're on equal ground, having just completed a race. So they're going to be throwing it down, changing tactics here, going from that long 1,500 meter to this pure sprint 500 meter, where speed is key.
Ready.
If you're Quentin Fercoq, is there any advantage? And there is a stumble. That means they will bring it back since it was into the 1st corner, and there would have been contact with someone. If he went down on his own, they keep going, but they ruled that they needed to restart. I was just saying though, Fercoq, maybe the fresh skater out there, is there any way he might have an advantage here?
Well, certainly a bit of an advantage being a little bit more rested, having a little bit more time to prepare for this race, not having just done a 1,500 meter. After a 1,500 meter, your legs are still feeling a little bit of, a little bit of weight, a little bit heavy from that lactic buildup.
Now there's a little bit more with the restart. It was, you saw the incident there. Park bumping in with Berzins. We'll see. Take 2.
Ready.
Everybody is through this time, and it's Van't showing no fatigue whatsoever.
Well, from lane 5, Park Ji-won was able to tuck his way into 4th position. And Jens Van't has incredible speed. We saw him pull a 39-second 500 yesterday in the qualifying rounds. And he's flying here 8-0, second lap time there.
De Smet coming up on Velcock into second at the bell. It is Jens Van't and Park trying to get up into 3rd. And it will be Van't taking it, De Smet 2nd. And Park does cross 3rd, but Velcock, I don't think, liked that move into the final corner.
Well, Park Ji-won was making that inside pass into the last turn. You saw him hit the brakes a little bit, but he still got by. I didn't see a contact directly with Velcock. We'll have to look at the replay, but it was a little bit of a speed check, because if he had too much speed, he might have ran up into Stan de Smet in 3rd position there. But a great race from Stan, too, making a nice inside pass. You know what? The legs might be heavy from a 1500 meter a few minutes ago. However, they feel a little bit lighter with a silver medal around your neck. That gives you some confidence going into the rest of the weekend. Here's another look at Park Ji-won. A little brake check there. That's tight, but shoulder to shoulder, Park Ji-won was a little bit ahead if you look at the shoulders from overhead.
Well, putting some disappointment behind him, looking solid there. That's after the move was done.
But that late move from Park Ji-won could prove just critical, as there's still those time advancement positions going to 3rd place. Now, it was slower than the 3rd place time of Daniil Ibog, but we get the official results now. I'll send it to you, Gavin.
As Tyler mentioned, there was no contact or anything, so the results are final. Park finishes 3rd with a 40.161. And yeah, as he mentioned as well, a little bit slower than the first one. So that's the one on the bubble right now with 2 heats to go. Heat 3, William Dongenew, his quest for 2 in a day. He'll be in position 1, where he is often so solid. DNA Sillier, who's had a great weekend. Pietro Siegel trying to get some redemption of his own. Niall Tracy and Toon Boer came through the repechage this morning.
4. Go to the start. Ready.
Nice wide exit off the first corner from William Dongenew. That's allowing him to build the speed up. DNA Sillier right behind him. He's been skating phenomenally well this weekend here in Beijing. The best skating we've seen from him all season. And Pietro Siegel tracking down in 3rd. An unfortunate fall earlier in the 1500, but down in the corner goes Niall Tracy.
Sillier so often making the inside move.
Well, all crossovers from William Dongenew. What a wide speed track he's using here.
And nobody able to catch him so far.
Tight inside from Toon Boer, running up on Sillier there.
Sillier flipped back there. He slipped out. And I'm not sure if there was any contact there or if he just lost a battle with physics.
Well, we'll have to go back to the review. Toon Boer was making a tight inside pass there on Siegel. I'm wondering if there was any contact from behind. It all happened so quickly here. It's difficult to see, but when you get it in slow motion, it tells a different story sometimes. So we'll wait for the review.
If it is just Sillier losing it out of the corner, so unfortunate for him. He was in 2nd place and skating so well this weekend.
There goes Niall Tracy down in that corner. Here's that inside pass from Toon Boer we were talking about. Really tight on Siegel. Watch if there's any hands getting up on Sillier that push him back. So sometimes we see that as a contact from behind. It doesn't take much to set you off balance. If you get caught back on your heels, as we say, physics wins. That's enough to put you off. So we'll see. There's a hand from Pietro Siegel actually that I see making contact on Sillier, and he's in 2nd position.
And so they're looking at a possible late pass in this one of Boer on Siegel.
Well, while we're waiting for the official result, times are still very important in these rounds to better your start line position in the semifinals. So there's still an incentive to make sure your race is fast. Not only do you want to win, but that quick time will improve your lane seating. And you want to have that inside lane as much as possible. Another look, Tunbor up the inside. That late entry pass on Siegel, but some contact on Cellier that pushes him down.
So it's just a touch, really, it looked like on Cellier. Maybe there was a push involved there, but it would have been very, very slight. But as you say, it doesn't take much. And we go down to the ice.
After review, penalty number 20 from the Netherlands and advancement number 32 from Poland.
And well spotted once again. You noticed a little bit of contact there. It was enough, and they advanced DNA Cellier into the semifinals, as well as Siegel and Donjanu, a penalty to Tunbor.
Well, that advancement, here's another look at that inside pass. Failure to give way from Tunbor. There's the contact on Cellier. That leads to the advancement.
Fortunate for Bohr, he came through the repechage this morning. And heat number 4, Denis Nikisha, another guy maybe peaking. Looked very good yesterday in the early rounds. Miata Shogo, so consistent. Jordan Pielgil, Furkan Akar, Ivan Donchev, and Andrew Hio. This is a very, very stacked field.
Well, it's a tall task for Andrew Hio here. Lane position 6 on the line. That is a lot of skaters in a 500-meter event. The maximum number of skaters on a start line is 6.
Ready.
Miata Shogo was so consistent in the Crystal Globe, but just did not crack the podium. Almost awaiting the breakthrough, but Denis Nikisha was not on the podium at all this year by himself, but he is looking in absolutely imperious form.
Like a shot in this race, Nikisha is off the front. Shogo tracking him down. Jordan Pierre-Gilles defending his 3rd position, running up though, spinning him out. Oh my goodness, he is down.
That's a hard fall. He seems to be okay, but that was at a high, high speed. Nikisha and Miata 1 and 2. And it will be Nikisha.
Oh!
Whoa! Very nearly towing out, and then very nearly putting his blade back towards Miata.
Well, I was watching the shin of Miata there, because as Denis Nikisha's blade towed in, it shot back right in the leg of Miata Shogo. And there is padding. There's the shin pads, the knee pads, but if that catches you outside of that, fortunately you have some cut-proof Dyneema underneath that suit to protect you from any lacerations. But
get another look at that incident with Pierre-Gilles, almost just carrying too much speed, going right up into the skater in front of him, if I remember that correctly.
Well, I think there might have been a little bit of a speed transition to Jordan Pierre-Gilles there, as Furkan Akar was looking to make that pass. It might have just kind of transferred some speed, which caused Jordan Pierre-Gilles to run up on Shogo, and he was trying to hold off, and that's what spun him out. There's a look at that toe, 2nd time here. Then you see it shoot back right into the leg of Shogo.
Oof. Just close enough to the line to carry it over. And a big exhale there now. Denis Nikisha.
Well, Denis Nikisha was on the podium last year in Rotterdam for the 500-meter. He'll be looking to repeat that. He is just a pure 500-meter sprinter. He has such an incredible start, such incredible pace. He'll be one to watch as we move to the semifinals.
And it is Nikisha and Shogo, 3rd place. Time for a car not good enough. And at home, you're not seeing it, but once again, Tyler Dara taking a victory lap for celebrating his prediction that the first heat 3rd place time would hold up for Daniel Eibog. And with the advancement to Cellier as well, that is the only one moving on. And that will take us to our flood break. On the other side, we crown the first women's world champion for the weekend. Women's 1,000 meters, B and A final coming up. Now, the international competitive short track season started back in October in Montreal, but the athletes had started training even well before that. And so the World Championships is a culmination of a whole lot of effort. Now, what do the athletes think about the World Championships here in Beijing?
I'm really excited to be here in Beijing for the World Championship.
Beijing World Champs is yeah, it's going to be amazing.
세계 선수권은 늘 매 시즌 중에 가장 중요한 대회라는 생각이 들기 때문에
I'm really excited to be here for the World Championships. I really like this track, ready to give it my all.
The fans are always great here. You know, the ice, I said, I love it. And I feel like I have something to prove here.
For me, I think this is probably my favorite ice rink. The ice is amazing. I really like the feeling of skating here.
レースが楽しみです。
I love racing here. It's a great venue, great fans. So I'm really excited.
Super excited to race again. I've got a bronze at the games, 2 silvers in the World Cup, so I think there's only one left. I'll go for the win for sure.
Our championship is the most important race of the year.
이제 마지막 대회로서 제일 큰 대회이기도 하고 또 마지막으로 제 실력을 뭔가 증명할 수 있는 대회인 것 같아요.
Medaling at World Championships is hard. It's not an easy thing to do.
It's a big thing to win a World Championship title. You're the fastest, you're the strongest, you're the smartest.
You're on top of the world at that moment, you know, there's nothing better than that feeling.
My goals for this weekend are, of course, becoming world champion.
It would mean a lot to me to win a world title. I feel like I have some making up to do for last year, so I'm really excited to try.
I'll be going for it hard this weekend, and I'm ready to race.
My goals for this weekend are to go out there and give it my all.
Well, last year I got silver, the year before bronze, so I'm really hoping to see if I can get a gold medal this weekend.
My targets for this weekend is to try to be in the finals, to fight for a medal.
다시 한번 세계 선수권 개인전 금메달을 따고 싶습니다.
우리가 운동을 하는 이유인 것 같아요. 1등을 하기 위해서 월드 챔피언이라는 타이틀을 갖기 위해서 우리는 운동을 하고 있다고 생각을 하고 모든 선수들은 그 방향을 향해 달려가고 있다고 생각합니다.
Now, Tyler, the World Tour is all about consistency. The World Championships, it's really all about who can peak for a couple days of action.
Well, on the World Tour, you have multiple weekends. If a day doesn't go your way, a distance or race isn't what you hope for, you're kind of looking forward to the next one. You know you got another chance, another opportunity. And when it comes to the World Championships, that's not the case. It's all or nothing that weekend on that day, and you have no going back.
Now, last year, China came away with the most gold medals at the World Championships in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. This year, they get to play the hosts. Let's meet some of the skaters who will be excited to compete on home ice.
2024年的世锦赛事对我们中国队说还是一个挺完成的一个比赛，然后我们拿的金牌也是最多的。
在荷兰举办的世锦赛，我们拿到了很多金牌，我觉得这是令人可喜的。
也确实是在这个各个项目当中，我们几乎所有的运动员都达到他们一个最好的一个竞技状态，所以我们也完成的非常好的一个这个成绩和金牌的这个数量和质量。
就是这次世锦赛还是在北京嘛，然后每次回到这个冰场，感觉就是冰也很快，然后冰也很稳。
It is Liu Xiaoan, Chinese Longs Gold.
这个宾馆实际上就已经很历史悠久的一个场地，这个场地也具有了就是60年的一个历史悠久的一个冰场。
然后在这个城市举办嘛，会让我更加的有动力。
对，就是国内的粉丝还是不像跟国外一样，他们很用心去给我们加油，所以就是跟国外的粉丝、冰迷粉丝也不是特别一样的。
我们这周为了世锦赛做了很多准备，但这是我们的秘密。
就是每次我们上场是一个队，下场也是一个队，不管是大家一起赢的时候，还是不管是大家一起输的时候。
中国队的团队精神就是，任何一个人拿到冠军都属于中国队，这就是我们制胜的秘诀。
在我的一个宗旨吧，我觉得就是说 ，one gold, one heart, fighting together, never give up.
Now, Tyler, we talk about peaking when it matters most for these World Championships. With 4 gold medals last year, the Chinese really came out for that one, didn't they?
Absolutely. Team China put on an absolute clinic last year at the World Championships, capturing 4 titles. They had Sun Long in the men's 1500 meter, Lin Zhaojun in the 500 meter, and then they also collected the victories in the men's 5,000 meter relay as well as the mixed relay. It was a phenomenal performance by that team.
Coming out of this break, we have the women's 1,000 meter finals. More medals on the line coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next race is finals of the women's 1,000 meters. 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是女子1000米决赛。接下来，各位观众，拿出你们的热情，让我听到你们的声音，掌声欢呼！
A look at the B final for the women's 1,000 meters. They seem in good spirits. Kim Gilly last year was in the A final, this year into the B final. Elisa Konfortola, Camille Stormovska look relaxed anyway. Only one not in the shot is Gloria Ioriati, so we'll see if she is there. I don't see her down there. Oh, she is. Pardon me, I do see her down there. She's just a little way from them. So it will be all 5 in the B final. Will throw down for the introduction for 5 skaters in the women's 1,000-meter B final.
Introducing the skaters for final B. Position 1 from Poland. Position 2 from Italy. Position 3 from Republic of Korea. Position 4 from China. Go to the start. Ready.
Yang Jingwu, actually the lowest ranked skater in this distance in the field, but she jumps to the front and she'll have the home crowd carrying her on.
As we mentioned, talked about earlier, Gavin, it might be a B final, but you are still racing for pride here. You are racing for your country, and these are all competitors. None of them like to lose. They're all trained to win.
And you were talking about Olympic spots for next year. Deep teams like Italy, like Korea, getting these results in World Championship B finals could go a long way.
Well, World Championship results are always considered, often for the Olympics, often considered for national team selections as well. Different levels of funding, different teams have different bulletins, different criteria, so there's still something to race for here today in this B final as Stormowska pushes at the front, but on the outside, we see Confortola, Iriati jumping up. We have Italy 1 and 2 right now.
That's twice they've done the flanking maneuver. They did it around Yang, they did it around Stormowska. Kim is pushing Iriati. She will get ahead of her, and it will be Elisa Confortola winning the B final ahead of Kim and Iriati.
Well, this is still a deep field in this B final. Confortola taking the win. That will give her some confidence tomorrow. We've seen her on the podium the last 2 World Tour stops. She's going to want to get herself there tomorrow in the 1500 meter or the 500 meter.
And as you look back at the B final, the lights will go down inside here at the Capitol Indoor Stadium, and that means we will throw it down for the introductions in the women's 1,000-meter A final. Fontana and De Smet returning from last year's 1,000-meter final in this event. But as you mentioned, Tyler, continuing counting that B final, that's 3 Italian skaters in the top 10. Ahead of the home Olympics. That's building a team. Fontana, ever a skater to rise to the big occasion. Another chance here to do it. It's De Smet, it's Velzebor, it's Sereau, it's Choi, and it is Fontana.
Go to the start. Ready.
So many different strengths. You look at the knockdown, drag out speed of Sandra Velzebor, and then there's the endurance of De Smet.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we come the final leg for the women's 1,000 meters.
No shortage of great skaters in this race. Hannah De Smet making an earlier move to the front. We've seen her often more in the back position, leading into the final laps and having to make some big passes. I wonder if she'll try to maintain the lead, but I'm not sure if the others are going to let her do that, as Ariana Fontana makes her way around the outside. Courtney Sereau following closely behind, but continuing the pass right to the front of the race. Very well positioned now as we have 5 laps to go. We are inside 500 meters now remaining.
Sereau on the front, picked up a gold medal in Tilburg. The emotions flowed there after she came back from concussion. What might happen now at a world championship level, but Fontana has different designs right now.
Watch for De Smet. Sandra Velzebor is also trying to wind up on that outside. Ariana Fontana, though, pushing the pace from the front.
Up the inside, De Smet again, what a move! Third to first, at the bell. Hannah De Smet, she's done this before. There might be no catching her. Hannah De Smet coming around to a world championship. Incredible. Carbon copy of the semis. Third to first.
Just beautiful execution again of that double inside pass. We've seen Hannah De Smet have some struggles executing clean passes throughout the World Tour. We've seen a lot of victories for her, but she has done it beautifully here today in the 1,000 meter. She is our new 1,000 meter world champion. On the mats there with her partner and coach, Joey Mantilla, getting a hug and a support from the Canadian there. Courtney Sereau celebrating her silver medal.
And of course, we can't pass up that opportunity. Courtney Sereau started the season up with us in Montreal. She finishes on the podium. Already a great day for the Canadians, a great day for the Belgians, a great day for the De Smet family. Sandra Velzebor gets up for third.
Well, it was a strong and aggressive race from Mariona Fontana. She had herself positioned really well at the front, but she just didn't quite have the legs to finish it. We saw Hannah DeSmit make that beautiful double inside pass to claim the lead, and then Zandra Velzebor jumped into the third position to claim that bronze medal.
What's interesting is last year in that famous race where there was the collision into the corner, DeSmet was the first skater over the line. They had to retake it. This time, it stands.
Gavin, you mentioned earlier, Hannah's brother, Stan, claiming the silver medal. Could she match that or do better? Well, world champion, Hannah DeSmit there. What a day for the DeSmit siblings. What an hour for the DeSmit siblings.
Yeah, it's been what, half an hour? Less than an hour, definitely. And we saw that a few times, especially in the European Swing On World Tour. She would get to the front and she would pull away. And she did that there, and it's just, she has that turn of speed late, that endurance again. Absolutely incredible.
Well, what's really impressed me on those inside passes is how quickly she accelerated off the corner to explode out and build that speed to jump up. It is not easy to pass one skater on the inside at that speed, let alone two, and making it so clean and making it stick. You go into that corner tight, you're carrying a lot of speed. She's able to hold it on the exit. Often we see when skaters enter tight into the corner, they can't maintain that exit and they end up drifting wide, which opens the door for pass back. But Hannah DeSmit not giving an inch after making that inside pass.
And we will go down to the ice in a moment for the victory ceremony. Canada and Belgium each now a gold and a silver to the ice.
Gifts will be presented by Vice President of Medals Group.
为获奖运动员颁发奖品的是国际和集团副总裁赵乐先生。
In third place, bronze medalist representing Netherlands.
获得红牌的是来自荷兰
Zandra Velzebor. Zandra Velzebor. Zandra Velzebor. In second place, silver medalist representing Canada.
获得银牌的是来自加拿大
Courtney Sorrott. Courtney Sorrott. In first place, gold medalist representing Belgium.
获得金牌的是来自比利时。
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Belgium.
女士们、先生们，奏比利时国歌。
Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists.
女士们、先生们，再次恭喜获奖运动员。
Tyler, I remember seeing last year, this man had a few penalties at the World Championships. Afterwards, I think pardon me, I think they had the Belgian Championships, and she joked on social media that there were no penalties here. And this year, her passing has been just immaculate.
Just beautifully executed, as you said, Gavin, staying clean time and time again. Hannah Smith is really showing her strength this weekend. You know, she doesn't have to take those risks, but still executing these passes just beautifully.
So, just some more photos. We're not done just yet. A couple more races before heading into the break. And it is the men's 500-meter semifinals coming up. And just a note, if you're used to watching the World Tour, the Saturdays, pardon me. I'm hanging in there, everybody. The Saturdays usually end with the men's relay semifinals. Here at the Worlds, we're ending with the women's relay medal races. And so, nice little flip up to end on a medal race here on day one at the World Championships in Beijing. Set up. First heat coming out, and any one of these races could be an A final. 2 races in the men's 500, top 2 from each race, and up to 1 fastest third place skater going into the A final. They're getting the markers out, and this is the rare time in heat number 1 that we will see Steven Dubois not in position number 1 on the start line. He will be second to Stan de Smet. Of course, you mentioned the importance of the times in the 500 meters to those starting positions. There you see the start list: de Smet, Steven Dubois, Daniel Eibog, Dennis Nikisha, and Pietro Siegel. You can say Nikisha too. He's had these blistering starts, but he's going to be out in position 4.
Well, Nikisha has that quick start, but so does Steven Dubois. And Daniel Eibog's been showing that he can move his feet off that line as well. Stan de Smet's going to feel all those skaters pressuring him into this first corner.
Just met extra wings right now, already a medal. And now his sister's a gold medalist. He is really a distance kind of specialist, but what might he be feeling right now, getting to be in position 1? The start is crucial in the 500.
Ready.
And it is Dubois out quickest from position 2.
Well, sometimes from position 2, when you go around the outside of position 1, you're able to get a wider turn entry so you can build more speed and accelerate. Stephen Dubois is doing that right now, opening a huge lead over Stan de Smet and the rest of the pack.
Dubois absolutely flying. Nikisha now into second and a chance to close that gap, but Dubois building up a huge lead. Coming up, 2-1 to go.
Well, Nikisha is closing with speed. You got to watch that you're not going slow in front, because that can turn into a pass. Dubois able to hold it to the finish.
Dubois goes 39.69.
Wow.
I'm watching that one because we'll see how it might tick down. 39.505 is the world record.
That is among one of the fastest 500-meter times ever skated. Once we get the official, that will be within 0.2 of that world record set by Wu Dajing. That is a phenomenal time. Stephen Dubois is going to want to use that to help better his start line position. That will be a difficult time to beat.
The finish time usually comes down a little bit because the transponder's on the ankle, but the tip of the blade is what they measure, and of course that's that little bit ahead. 39.660.
Well, that is just blistering fast.
And again, Nikisha peaking perhaps at the big time. A guy who has not been on the podium this year. He has won races before, but he is looking so good. And de Smet at 39.887, third place, holding up for the moment. Obviously just 2 heats.
Well, what's so impressive is Nikisha had to start from position number 4 to get all the way to second, but once he got there, there was still a large gap to close on Dubois.
Top 4, all under 40 seconds. Heat number 2, Jens van het Woud, Sun Long, William Donjanu, Mia Tashogo, and DNA Cellier.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a stumble there by van het Woud. That's costing him some speed, but it hasn't cost him just yet into position.
William Danjanu in third, trying to set something up. There was some speed loss from Jens van het Woud when he clashed with Sun Long, but they are going through quickly now.
Donjanu, Cellier right in his slipstream, but it's Cellier, the inside move that he does so well. Van het Woud leading, Sun Long chasing, Cellier in third, and it is Jens van het Woud, and it is Donjanu, I think, getting up for third, but the time won't be good enough.
Well, the time from that first heat was so quick with Dubois, Nikisha, and de Smet. That will put them first 3 on the line because that was a quicker heat.
Van het Woud could be in position 4 despite winning that heat. Sun Long for second. We'll see who gets up for third. It is, I think, academic at this point. It will not be in the A final. Nothing getting reviewed. Van het Woud, heart in his throat moment, stumbling early.
Well, this season on the World Tour, Stephen Dubois won 3 of the 500-meter events. Sun Long picked up 2 victories. Those 2 will be battling it out in this final.
And one of Dubois' second places was right behind William Donjanu. But that big obstacle / teammate doesn't look like he will be in the A final. Van het Woud and Sun. We will see them back soon. And that takes us to our next break as the lights go down. On the other side, women's relay semifinals, the 3,000 meters. And then we get into those 500-meter finals. See you in about 15 minutes. Keep an eye on what we've got to you, of course, during the break. Lots to keep your attention during this ice resurfacing break. We're enjoying our stay here in Beijing for the 2025 ISU Short Track World Championship. Last year, it was Rotterdam in the Netherlands hosting the World Championships. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from that World Championships. It's been a long and grueling season. We have the climax for the international short track season here in Rotterdam.
The coaches and the athletes, they have this circled on their calendar. 10.5 months of work going in, preparation for this event.
Desmet trying to make a move. Kim Gilly sneaks up the inside to the line. Kim is world champion.
I have a feeling we might be reviewing that.
Come along, is world champion. But there's a crash, but it's Kim Boutang taking it to the line. Kim Boutang, world champion.
I'm pretty happy about what I did, and I'm pretty happy that I chose myself before everything. I win!
Seagal, 3 men coming to the line. Seagal down. Lynn takes it.
Dennis Nikisha, silver.
Dreams come true. That's amazing.
Schulting goes for the lead. 3 skaters down.
Calling it a day.
Kristen Santos Griswold does just that.
But it looks like she's going to be our new 1,000-meter world champion.
And once again, the Koreans collide. And William Donjanu taking flight at the line.
Wow, what a finish there.
So Seagal always going to make it close at the line. It is China taking gold. Libourne is going to take it to the line.
The fans really helped us through this day. It's so nice to have those people in the stands and at home cheering for us, and it gives us wings. So
China trying to defend the world championship, and they do just that.
see you next season.
Tyler, last year's World Championships was our first chance to commentate on a Worlds live in person, and it was really a memorable experience in the Netherlands, a real hotbed of short track. What really stood out for you there?
Well, the energy, the crowd, that sold-out stadium, thousands and thousands of people just chanting, the energy in that building, the atmosphere was just tremendous, and of course, some phenomenal racing as we watched that weekend.
This year's inaugural ISU Short Track World Tour marked the beginning of the Crystal Globe for teams. This year it was won by the Canadians, the Ice Maples, and it started right from the very beginning on home ice in Montreal.
For the first time ever, 21 gold, 11 silver, and 5 bronze medals. The winner, the Crystal Globe and ISU Short Track World Tour, Team Canadian Ice Maples. Avec 52 places canadiennes.
Wow.
21 goals, that's pretty insane.
1-2, and Donjanu, now he has a chance to fly. Boutang over the line first. William Donjanu as the Ice Maples standing tall.
The Canadians, they will cross the line first in Beijing. It's going to be the dash to the line. It is Danae Blay.
Stephen Dubois at the moment, he has been on the podium all 3 times in this event, and this time he's going to take gold.
It is Stephen Dubois who will take the victory. Jordan Kiel-Gilles for second.
The expectations, I think, were pretty high.
I think it was the goal for everyone having the Crystal Globe. Every people in the team was committed to do their best.
Team spirit is super high, and we love seeing everyone perform. Everyone's cheering for each other. We want people to win. We want Team Canada, Ice Maples to win every single race.
We worked a lot about the chemistry with the girls and the boys, and I feel it put the teams really together. We really learned with each other, and I think we prove it.
It will be the Ice Maples with a gold medal.
We destroyed the competition in the first two World Tour in Montreal.
I think the boys and the girls kind of showed that we were ready. In Montreal, it was so amazing to be in front of the crowd.
The fans were there. It was so much fun. We knew the ice. We were super confident. That really showed that we're a team. We're soldered. We're very close together, and I think that set the year.
Just showing up and doing those results was so inspiring.
Definitely a perfect start to the season.
And winning that as a team on the first year is really something special.
The coaches just bring us together.
We're talking a lot about the athletes, but our team is just everyone.
They're there for us. They're making the difference of giving us their best.
They've been a huge help to us winning the Crystal Globe, it's for sure.
It's nice to have that energy around us. We do a lot of passes in our training. We help each other of how I can do better, how your pass can be better.
I'm trying to pass William, and I'll tell him where he's weak, where I can attack him more, and he takes it positively and try to incorporate what I'm telling him, and then he'll do the same for me. That's, I think, really a strong point in our team is communication. Literally everyone did an A final or had some crazy result.
We all love each other. After a competition, we're all in the locker room and we share about who was the best team player, who was there for all the team, and we share something special for that person.
Every single one of us contributed to the Crystal Globe standing, so I think it was pretty amazing.
Now, Tyler, the Canadian Ice Maples came right out of the gate with 2 weekends on home ice in Montreal, putting up some big numbers. What is special about this Canadian program?
Well, when I watched the Canadian Ice Maples this year, I just saw a team that was united on all fronts. Of course, they were led by the likes of William Danjanu, collecting a lot of victories and a lot of points for that team, but it was a team effort across the board. Stephen Dubois, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, Felix Roussel, France Brunel, Courtney Sereau, Danae Blais, and Kim Boutin. The team goes on, and that just put in some huge results, stacked up a ton of points, and the Ice Maples just ran away with it.
On the other side of this break, men's 500-meter finals coming up. Last year's winner, Lin Xiaojun, did not compete, so a new world champion coming up in just a few minutes.
女士们、先生们，即将进行的是女子3000米接力半决赛。让我们来为这场比赛运动员们来点掌声欢呼！加油加油！
We change gears to the women's 3,000 meter relay semifinals. And Tyler, you pointed this to me in the break and said, one word, stacked.
You want me to share that stat with you? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, you said stacked.
A stacked semi-final here. Absolutely, we see teams ranked second, third, and fourth. So Team Canada in the relay this year ranked second. Netherlands ranked third, and the Republic of Korea ranked fourth. The #1 seed Italian team did not qualify through to the semifinals. So we're gonna have a competitive semi here though to start us off in the 3,000 meter relay for the women.
Italy, a penalty yesterday in the quarterfinal. The Velzeboer sisters for the Netherlands, along with Zoe Deltrap and Dita Van Oorschot. It's Kim Boutin starting for Canada. There's also Courtney Sarot,
Go to the start.
Florence Brunel, and Ricky Doak.
Ready.
Danae Blais was on the starting order for them originally, but of course she collision yesterday with Kristen Santos Griswold, just worries of a concussion, so her weekend is done. But a deep side, this Canadian roster, Tyler.
Well, this Canadian women's team has been so consistent in the relay over the course of the season, picking up several victories over the World Tour. They're going to want to turn that into gold this weekend here in Beijing.
Kim Geely on the ice for Korea Republic. And perhaps the dark horse in this one, the Hungarians, Sofia Kanya, they are missing Petra Yashapati, suffered a shoulder injury in Milan.
Petra Yashapati's really been a leader for this Hungarian team, so she is sincerely missed by her teammates here this weekend.
But in an already unpredictable sport, the relays are perhaps the most unpredictable. So,
well, if you watched yesterday, you saw that unpredictability unfold several times throughout the relay qualifying rounds. And even when you think you're safe, something out of the blue can just happen.
Especially as the ice starts to wear down. We've already seen it today, just the ice giving out. And as the wear and tear sets in, the unlikely becomes that much more possible. It's the Canadians on the front. The awkward exchange with the Dutch.
Deltrap does a great job staying on her feet there. That would have been very devastating for the Dutch team had she gone down, but she's able to close that gap. The pace hasn't picked up too much just yet.
The exchange will get a review there. You see the yellow dot in the corner.
The Canadians owning the lead still in this relay. Michelle Velzeboer almost making contact with one of the skaters lining up for an exchange.
It is the Hungarians in second right now. Maya Dora Somodi.
But it's really an advantage in the relay to have that lead position. It allows you to have a little bit more freedom on the exchange. You can push that much harder. You don't have to manage how hard you're pushing the skater, as there's no one in front of them to run into. But if you're in position 2, 3, or 4, you're completing that exchange. You got to make sure that you don't launch your teammate into the back of another skater ahead of you.
At the World Tour stop here back in December, Hungary wasn't here, or the Falcons as they are known. with the those new team identities on the World Tour. So they were notable in their absence because they have such a strong team. And there is an awkward exit from the corner there.
Oh, we see the Canadians opening up a bit of a gap, really tight on the entry there. Xander Belzebor able to move up into second position. That will allow the Dutch to skate a little bit more freely and work to close down this gap.
That all started when the Hungarians, the awkward exchange, couldn't keep it around the corner. It wasn't an exchange, it was just an exit on the corner. Lost a lot of speed, and now Korea and the Netherlands pounce, and they try to close on Canada.
Well, we're heading into the final laps. We'll be coming up on 4 to go. Courtney Saroux really attacking this race now.
Silver medal in the 1,000. Both incidents that have merited a review have been cleared. You hear that gun, one exchange allowed left.
Oh, beautiful exchange there by the Dutch. Xander Belzebor is able to move into that second position. Let's watch Choi Min Jong setting up wide, looking to make something happen here. Looking outside of Xander Belzebor. Can she hold it?
It's Florence Brunel with the Canadians, and it's a photo for second. I think Belzebor hung on.
I believe you're correct, but we're seeing the time of the Koreans ahead. That is not the final time. We will have to go to photo finish for that to get the official. Two incidents have been cleared.
We've seen that once or twice where a time comes up and then upon review, it gets overturned. But the Canadians built up enough of an advantage, so once the Hungarians were passed by the Koreans and the Dutch, they were able to maintain and hold on to that lead for the win.
And if you're wondering where those finishing times are coming up from, you can see around the ankles of the skaters, they're wearing transponders. You can see them on the leg of Courtney Saroux there. That's what's triggering the times, but those aren't official. They go to the photo finish, and then that's where they'll mark the tip of the blade, crossing the line to get the final time.
I believe I missed saying in these relays, top two automatically go to the final, no time whatsoever, and the results are final. Canada and the Netherlands to the A final later on today.
Well, we talked about the depth of this race. It really showed how competitive it was right down to the line. 100th of a second different. Here's a look at Choi Min Jong there, working on the outside, trying to get around Xander Belzebor. So difficult to do with the speed of Xandra.
She made it close.
It's one of those where you're thinking, if there was, one more meter in that race, would it have been different?
I think she got her after the line. So the Dutch and the Canadians moving on, heat two. As China, you heard the ovation when they took the ice. Kazakhstan, Japan, and Poland. 4 teams, 2 spots for the A final. Fan Kashin starting for China. There she is, Olga Tikhonova for Kazakhstan, Hirai Ami, and Gabriela Topolska.
Ready.
Back in December, Kazakhstan picked up their first woman by a medal at the senior level, individual or relay, when they picked up a medal in the women's relay. And so never ever count them out. Never count out any team in this race. World ranking 5, 6, 7, and 8 in this race.
Well, throughout the World Tour, Gavin, we've often talked about the depth of growing nations in the sport of short track speed skating. Kazakhstan is one of those countries that has done a terrific job developing their program. We're seeing their strength this weekend, led by veteran Denis Nikisha, but they're really building some depth in that program.
Move up to second by the veteran Natalia Malashevska. Poland in second behind China right now. And the opening skaters back on for the second time as a move for third coming by Kazakhstan, Olga Tikhonova. Here's a look at the skaters who will anchor things all going to plan?
The Japanese team just looking for any openings to try to move up out of fourth position. That fourth spot can be so challenging on those exchanges. That can be so tight on the exit of the turn. You don't always get a clean exchange, given very little room. Again, making it more advantageous to be higher up in the pack.
16 to go now. China still in front. I'm going to say a race suspiciously devoid of drama, considering the weekend we've had.
Well, just you wait, Gavin. You might be eating those words in just a few moments.
Perhaps I'm tempting fate on purpose. Gong Li, Kamila Stormovska leading the way right now. Shimamide on the back for Japan, bringing in Takahashi Hana. Pink helmet of Yana Khan for Kazakhstan. Now it's starting to get stretched.
The Chinese team is really just pushing the speed at the front, trying to break this race apart, and they're doing just that.
Poland is hanging on. Looking more and more like a two-horse race, but Kazakhstan is putting up a valiant effort. It's Alina Ashkalieva now in for them. Still, China, Poland, Kazakhstan, Japan. And a tumble by the Japanese on their exchange, but it was the skater going off who went down. And a valiant effort by Kazakhstan. It's now a three-horse race again.
Well, great job pulling themselves back in to this race. We're coming up. This will be 4 laps to go here. Malashevska looking to set up on that exchange. Nothing to be had. The Chinese team is just executing this flawlessly right now.
One more exchange coming. The ever-reliable Fen Keshin bringing in Gong Li. Kamila Stormovska for Poland.
Oh, Gong Li's losing her footing. Stormovska taking advantage, jumping up the inside. Holding it. Oh, that's opening up. Kazakhstan able to close that gap down. Watch for the end.
They make the move. Can it stick? It is Poland taking it. China hanging on for second. That move will be reviewed, but I think if anyone's being reviewed, it would be Kazakhstan in that case. Dramatic finish.
You were waiting for it.
I sure was.
Well, that had this crowd on the edge of their seats.
Nervous moments. They just, it appears, hang on. We'll see what they're taking a look at.
Keeping an eye on our screen here, looking to see that replay. I think what we know right now is the Polish team should be safe. Stormovska taking advantage of that opportunity when Gong Li slipped coming out of the corner.
Very even race. 4 teams all together for most of it. Only at the end did real separation occur.
There's that stumble. Stormovska looking up the inside. You see that opportunity, you got to strike quickly.
Immediately, she looked to the inside. You just see those eyes through the lenses.
Just holding on.
And this is what's getting looked at, if I'm not mistaken. Because I don't think she was clear. I don't think she was through. That was Alina Ashkalieva. But there is review down to the ice.
See if we get another look. It might have been an outside to in movement from the Chinese skater. I believe it was Gong Li there in that finishing lap.
After review, penalty, Team China.
You spotted that one. From the looks of things, it looked like she wasn't passed, but she was closed off, essentially. We'll get a better look at it.
Yeah, I think when we get this front-on angle, we'll see that lane change again. We can kind of use that blue line down the straightaway to see how she's moving from outside to in. I suspect that's what we're looking at.
So Kazakhstan will skate in an A final again in Beijing.
Oh,
they're saying an
for
arm block as
here.
well.
Let's watch the left arm.
Yeah, right there, right across the body. That's all it takes to throw you off.
It's so challenging because sometimes as a skater, it's just your natural instinct to get those arms up. You know how important that position is. You can't afford to give it up. The arm just comes up, puts out a block.
So it'll be Canada, the Netherlands, Poland, and Kazakhstan to race for the medals, and can't even draw breath here. Men's 500 meters B final coming up. We will throw it down for the introductions.
Men's 500 meters final B. Position 1, from Spain, Pietro. Position 2, from Uzbekistan,
On another day, this is an A final, but
Go
here
to the
it's a
start.
race for the positioning. 6 to 10.
Ready.
Cillier, a great start. If there's anyone who's got cause to build up some optimism heading into next season, DNA Cillier certainly has.
Well, a nice clean move up the inside from William Danjanu. You can see he leaves a little bit of a gap sometimes between himself and the skaters in front of him. That allows him to accelerate into a move rather than being caught up. DNA Cillier, beautiful inside again. He's been throwing that down all weekend. Love to see it. Oh, Danjanu loses his left footing there.
Cillier has had some struggles this season, but he has looked very good all weekend, and he is on course to take the B final. Solid result for the man born in France, now skating for Poland.
What a fantastic skate from DNA Cillier this weekend. He's just been throwing that inside pass down beautifully. I just love the way he's launching himself into the corner, taking advantage of those gaps, and he's making it clean.
What's always interesting is that the skaters probably know it's coming.
And I wonder if he's thinking to himself, why wasn't I doing this earlier this year? It's just all clicking now. But you know, when you want to put it together, you want to do it at the World Championships. This will be a huge confidence boost for him going into next season after a year that maybe he felt was a little bit frustrating for him. Another look at that pass there, holding it. Look at William Danjanu here. He's looking to try to set a move, but just gets his weight back on that left foot.
Siegel for second, Daniel Ibog for third, Miyata Shogo for fourth. The lights are down. The men's 500-meter A final should be a doozy. Down for the introductions. Dubois was a blink of an eye away from a world record in the semifinals. So he's back in position 1. Perhaps the one accolade that is eluding him. A world championship gold medal. But it is going to be no small feat, especially when the likes of Denis Nikisha, also a blistering starter in position number 2.
Ready.
And it is Dubois out to the lead. Nikisha in second.
Sunlong already making a nice inside pass on Standa Smith. Jens van Oort finds himself back in position 5. Small gap for Dubois over Denis Nikisha as we move to 2 to go. Nikisha looking to set up inside. Dubois holding him off. Can he stay on his feet? Yes, he can. Sunlong on the outside.
Dubois still in the lead. The one accolade he does not have. Can he now say it? Finally, finally, Dubois, world champion. A defensive masterclass from the man so often on the attack. Denis Nikisha, a valiant effort, will celebrate a silver medal, and Jens van Wout jumping up for bronze. Pending a review.
We did see a yellow marker on our screen, but that was just an incredible throwdown of speed between these skaters. Steven Dubois doing what he's been doing all year long, controlling from the front. Denis Nikisha just attacking, looking for that opportunity up the inside. Steven Dubois able to fend him off. So much unfolding there in the final lap. Waiting for the official.
Sunlong, an incredible start out of position 5. And Van Wout, you would have figured slipping to 5th would have been all she wrote. But let's see what is getting looked at.
Well, Sunlong there ran into the back of Denis Nikisha, lost his speed. That allowed Jens van Wout to jump up into 3rd.
Finally, finalement, one of the most accomplished short trackers to hit the ice. The one thing that was missing, and I think he may have gotten it, but it's not over until they make those results official. I think it is official. It is Dubois, it's Nikisha, it's Van Wout. Canadians, so consistent this season long, are also peaking at the World Championships. A second gold in Beijing for the men. A third medal overall.
Well, you can see Stephen Dubois, when the final results were posted on the board, that's when it really sunk in there.
He can now call himself a world champion. Down to the ice for the victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the CNSG 2025 ISU World Short Track Championships Beijing 500 meters men.
女士们、先生们，华坪集团2025年北京国际滑联世界短道速滑锦标赛男子500米颁奖仪式现在开始。
Medals will be presented by ISU representatives.
为获奖运动员颁发奖牌的是国际滑联代表
Mrs. Joanna Silva Archer. Gifts will be presented by Vice President of CNSG.
为获奖运动员颁发奖品的是滑体集体党委委员、副总裁冯金虎。
In third place, bronze medalist representing Netherlands.
获得铜牌的是来自荷兰
Jens van Walt. Jens van Walt. In second place, silver medalist representing Kazakhstan.
获得银牌的是来自哈萨克斯坦
Denis Nikisha. Denis Nikisha. In first place, gold medalist representing Canada.
获得金牌的是来自加拿大
Stephen Dubois. Stephen Dubois. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Canada.
女士们、先生们，奏加拿大国歌。
A long time coming for that moment. They showed his partner, Kim Bouteng, winner of the 500 meters last year at the Worlds. They showed Marc Gagnon, an Olympic champion.
500-meter world champion.
And Stephen Dubois finally gets his moment to celebrate as a world champion.
Well, congratulations, Stephen Dubois. You are the 500-meter world champion. You could see the emotion towards the end of that anthem being played. That realization that you now own that title.
Denis Nikisha, what a moment to peak.
Well, Nikisha knows how to bring it at the World Championships. Taking a silver medal last year in Rotterdam in the 500 meter, he repeats this year.
And we head into our, I believe, final ice break. The men's 5,000 meter relay semifinals coming up. And then we end with the women's 3,000 meter relay B and A finals. Stay with us. The 2025 ISU Short Track World Championships is the culmination of a season's worth of work. On the women's side, American Kristen Santos Griswold comes in here to Beijing as the defending Crystal Globe winner. Let's take a look at the season she had this year.
Kristen Santos Griswold, Crystal Globe winner. Pretty wild. Definitely not something that I ever really thought I would be saying together, so it's exciting. Getting the Crystal Globe this year was definitely a goal of mine, but at the same time I just wanted to take it one step at a time. I definitely wanted to perform as well as I could. I definitely wanted to put myself in hard situations and just build off of last year. I guess this whole year as a whole had a lot of ups and downs for me. I think the first World Cup of every season is really nerve-wracking because you don't really know where everyone's gonna be standing and how you're gonna perform up against everyone. So I did feel confident going out of that because even though I got 2 silvers,
Santos Griswold at the line! Oh my!
So I was like, okay, I led most of the race. I think I made some little mistakes here and there, but I knew what they were and I was ready to build off of that. The next weekend was not my best weekend. I think I fell 9 times that weekend or something. It was rough. I definitely left that hurting quite a bit, mentally and physically. And then I came to Beijing, same thing a little bit. I fell in the 1,000, which is typically my best race, and was feeling pretty upset about that and struggling a bit. It was frustrating because I was I know I'm physically strong enough, I know I'm physically there, but things kept happening that were keeping me from it, and I think that was mentally messing with me a lot. Going into Korea, I really just wanted to put all that behind me and just give it my all. The Sunday of racing, I walked into the rink and I was just I don't know if I can do this right now. But then I kind of bounced back and I was all right, I'm feeling this low right now, it can't get much worse, so I'm just gonna go out there and do whatever I can, and then it turned out really great.
Can the USA Eagle hold on to get top of the podium for the first time this season? Finally it comes. She's hit the ice so many times. She's been on podiums, now she'll stand atop.
It let me reset and also know that even when mentally I'm feeling pretty low in this sport, I can still pull out good races and snap out of it and come back.
The USA Eagle is going to go back to back. A second gold medal for Kristen Santos Griswold.
The women's competition right now, there's so much depth to it, and going into Tilburg I was #1 on the overall Crystal Globe, and I think that put a lot of pressure on me. I was more just so hyper focused on feeling like I was skating to not lose that weekend, and that was something I really wanted to change going into Milan. Saturday, I got gold in the 1,000. It was not the most conventional 1,000-meter finish.
Kristen Santos Griswold taking gold.
The 1,500 was kind of the same thing. It was a finish right at the line where I was in front, got past right at the end, but That's all right, we'll get it next time. The 500s, again, like I said, are just that little bonus. You just go out there and skate. You don't have to like think about it too much. Ari in front of me, she was gonna make a move, and I was like, right when that happens, I need to take advantage of it, and it worked out.
She will end her season with a bang. Santos Griswold, Crystal Globe, and a gold medal.
It's really, really heavy.
Is Kristen Santos Griswold representing the team USA Eagles.
It's not just me that's up there, it's everyone in my family who supported me along the way. It's my coaches, it's everyone. So not only to do it for myself, but for Team USA as well was really exciting.
Tyler, now Kristen Santos Griswold got off to a slow start on the World Tour season, but came back in a big way.
Yeah, it's always difficult when the season doesn't kick off quite the way that you want it to. You have to kind of regain your confidence, try to get into a flow, try to get some wins or just some podiums under your belt to get some momentum going your way and build some confidence as you move into the second part of the season. And that's exactly what Kristen did this year. Wasn't quite the start she hoped for, but really the ending that she wanted to deliver.
Now, Tyler, we spoke often about how the World Tour rewarded the most consistent skaters, and we've talked about that slow start to the season, but she was still putting in the results, hanging around, and then once Seoul kicked in, that's when she started winning races.
That's right. Kristen was knocking at the door throughout the early part of the season, but not quite there. However, Kristen can compete in every distance, 500 meter, 1,000 meter, 1,500 meter. And once it started breaking through, we were seeing on every single podium. Each distance she was there, she was on top, she was in the medals, and that consistency over the course of the year led to that Crystal Globe title.
And showing calm under pressure, because that women's Crystal Globe fight really went down to the wire with a number of skaters skating.
Well, the Crystal Globe battle on the women's side was just tremendous this year. That was some of the most exciting racing. You couldn't predict who was going to win on which day. Those 6 women just battling it out weekend over weekend, and Kristen coming out on top. But like you said, Gavin, it came right down to that last weekend in Milan where Kristen grabbed that Crystal Globe title.
And we are heading into the first relay finals this weekend here in Beijing. Women's 3,000 meter relays. The skates for the medals coming up.
好的，现场的各位观众朋友们，最后剩下的2轮比赛，分别是5000米男子接力赛和3000米女子接力的决赛。我们场上的运动员在相互接力，那么我们场下的观众也来玩一个接力的游戏，好不好？我们从这边开始，往各位的右手边造人吧。 准备好，我们先试一下啊！在面前的观众能够看到我吗？能够看到我吗？好，非常棒！来，看到我的手从下方往上方举起的时候，你们也做同样的动作。来，3、2、1，非常棒！好，那么从现在开始，我相信全场的各位观众朋友也一定都学会了。我们从这边开始往那边造浪接力，3、2、1。 起！接着来，还有这边的观众，还有这边的，对，我们接着走到那边，我们中间的观众非常棒，我们继续往前走，就像沿着我们比赛行进的方向一样，我们来一圈接力，现在到哪里了？没错，在这边。 回到我们左侧主席台上方，哇，非常的有效。继续，不要停，我们速度加快，速度加快，速度加快，加油！继续来，继续站起来！ 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是男子5000米接力半决赛。接下来，让我们为这场比赛的运动员们来点掌声欢呼！加油，加油！
Final 4 races on day 1 here in Beijing of the World Championship portion of the competition. Usually on World Tour this year, the men's relay has bookended day 1. But this year it's nice at the World Championships that it goes above the women's 3,000 meter final so that we will end, pardon me, a little squeak there, and we will end on a medal race. So an interesting experience for these guys, Tyler. Fresh ice.
That's a change for them, but it will make a difference. The 5,000 meter relay for men, 45 laps long. It takes a lot of abuse, and when you have to step on the ice after the women's 3,000 meter relays, there's already some wear and tear on it. So they'll appreciate the fresh ice surface for sure.
And so you see it's Canada, Kazakhstan, the US, and Turkey. Canadians, the defending Olympic champion last year, they missed out on the final in Rotterdam. But I'm going to pay attention to, with the fresh ice, I wonder, 6:28, 6:25 is the world record. I don't know if that would have that much of a difference, but a fast country like Canada on fresh ice.
Well, that's an interesting thing to look out for. Absolutely, the fresh ice will help. We know this ice surface is fast here in Beijing. We've already seen one world record go down in the mixed relay. We've seen Stephen Dubois be within 1500ths of the men's 500 meter world record. Xander Velzebor putting down a 41.8 in her 500 meter yesterday. So it is a quick ice surface for sure. We'll see how it plays out. I don't feel the Canadians are under too much stress here, but they're going to want to make sure they skate safely to qualify through to that A final. So they might stay a little bit more reserved because of that, but we will wait and see.
And of course, anything can happen in this race at a moment's notice. Donjanu, Nikisha, Marcus Howard, and Mohamed Bozdeg, the starters.
Ready.
Nikisha, fresh off his podium in the 500 meters. Look at a country like Turkey with its bevy of sprint talent, guys who are really on the ascendancy.
Well, the Turkey team, they have speed. If this race stays slow, that will benefit them because they have the top end finish.
So often you can have the best skaters, but a race like this does show the best team. The Belgians missed out on the semis, but they picked up a medal in Tilburg this year in the Netherlands, and you would have looked at their collection, and they're not guys who regularly make A finals, save for Stan de Smet, but they showed a good team effort.
John Schwei was just tucking into third there, making a little bit of contact with Evchenko, but everyone stayed on their feet.
Now it's back to the openers. Schwei walked by his father again today, originally from Beijing, so he got to come back to a place where he grew up to watch his son competing at a World Championships. Schwei, one of those young American talents. Gali Akhmatov behind Dubois, Andrew Hyo, and Furkan Akar, and now they make another exchange.
Well, the world record will not be in threat with this pace right now. Not slow by any stretch. They are low to mid nines, but they sure make it look effortless to be going for that world record, you need to be around that 9:0, sub-9 lap time all the way through.
Inside 33 now. Donjanu on the front still. Waiting for that firecracker to go off in the field. Waiting for that shoe to drop. Right now, it's just picking up speed bit by bit by bit.
Well, there always seems to be a bit of a buildup in that 5,000 meter relay because there's so many laps within that race. The pace is just slowly going to pick up, and it's not until we get kind of inside that 20 lap marker where we really see things start to shake out. You don't want to take too many chances early. Sean Shui there battling it out to hold that third position.
Bit of an acceleration, getting up into third. Shui before bringing back in Marcus Howard from the Pacific Northwest of the United States. At an extra level right now. Savoring glory a moment ago as an individual. Now hoping to join his teammates, putting them into a shot into an A final. What a day the Canadians have had. 2 gold and a silver.
Well, you just look at the finishing combination of skaters for Team Canada, 2 newly crowned world champions, with Stephen Dubois and William Donjanu finishing this race for the Canadian team. As they stand happily sitting in second position behind the Canadians.
And Donjanu and Dubois will be rivals tomorrow in the 1,000 as they look to sweep the individual distances.
Now you see those lap times dipping into the mid-8s, 8.5 there. From Stephen Dubois, the pace is picking up. It's hard to notice even sometimes.
Turkey up into second with a nice move on the exchange there.
"17 laps to go."
Roussel under a bit of danger. Ors took a look. Bostag in for Turkey. Howard trying to go up into second. Bostag challenging Donjanu. Now it starts to go. Through all the reshuffling, the Canadians remain on the front.
Turkey looking up the inside, nice exchange. Max Loin striking right back.
Heads up, acceleration by Maxime Laoun. Now, I think they got a scare. Now they decide to turn up the pressure. It's Roussel.
Lap to go marker, and then Felix Roussel just takes off, opening up a huge gap right there.
It was Ors who stumbled, and that sort of accordioned the chase pack and allowed Canada to go off into the distance a bit.
Andrew Hio up the inside. Galiakotov.
Turkey holding on in second. Top 2, the only ones to move on, barring advancements.
Well, we talked about it. If it was a slower pace to start, that would really pay to the benefit of the Turkey team.
What a moment this would be for that side. So often showing promise. They close in, not done yet. Here comes Shui with the move. Unafraid to make that move.
Well, great pass by that young American skater, Sean Shui. Marcus Howard going to a speed track, wide entry, 2 in on that exchange to Andrew Hio. Looking to open up some separation there, but Furkanakar right on him.
Last skater's on, it's Dubois, it's Hio, it's a car. And just gotta keep the blades down, and Stephen Dubois will guide the Canadians to an A final. Hio up for second, so close for Turkey. but that side just shows so much promise. Another side that breakthrough you feel could come at any moment.
Well, what a great skate for the American team there. Young Sean Shuai doing the work with that inside pass to get that second position leading into the final laps of this race. But very collected, smooth victory for the Canadians to punch their ticket to the final tomorrow.
And in the end, the Canadians 17 seconds off the world record, so I was close. You think of it that way, that's a couple of laps, isn't it?
That'll be about 2 laps. Clock 8-second laps here, so completes 2 laps in about 16 seconds.
So North America sees their 2 sides into the A final tomorrow. Canada, as I mentioned, missing out last year on the A final. Now a chance to redeem the Olympic champions. Must imagine the confidence in that Canadian side. Another level right now. Heat number 2. As you see the results from the first heat, the Netherlands, Great Britain, Korea Republic, and China.
Go to the start. Ready.
Toon Boer for the Netherlands, Theo Collins for the Brits, Jung Sun Woo for Korea, and Sun Long for China.
The Chinese team world champions last year in Rotterdam.
On the front, Shinky Connect, the great veteran. The Chinese last year in this event. This last year really was China's year. Of course, this event changes week to week, never mind year to year, Tyler. Drought, Tracy, Park, and Liu. Xiaoan was on down before. China makes a move up in the third. Still a ways to go, though. The men's relay final finishes things off tomorrow, as it always does.
Well, not too dissimilar from the previous semi-final of the 5,000 meter, just a controlled pace. I think we can expect a very exciting finish here. These athletes are going to have some fresh legs. They're not pushing it too much. As I say that, Xiao Yira making a maneuver on the outside. Can't get all the way around, tucks into first, but Shinky Connect goes very wide on that corner entry. That opens the door for the Koreans to take the lead.
But now Koss trying to battle back for the Netherlands. They get up into second. Still anyone's race. Everything can turn in an instant. Joseph Wu beating Park Ji-won. That almost looked like a very easy exchange. Of course it's not.
Jens van Wout regaining the lead for the Dutch team.
Nice move for the Brits to get up into the lead now. See if they can hold off some very, very powerful sides.
We're a few laps away from coming up on that 20 lap to go marker. It's always a reference point for me when things really start to heat up because teams are trying to position themselves towards the front of the race as the pace picks up. Want to have that clear exchange out front. Toonboer looking up the inside.
Collins, man from Guildford. Battle happening behind them.
Sun Long on the outside of second. The Chinese team's been quiet this whole relay. Now making a move.
Very composed skate by Great Britain.
Well, great to see Great Britain holding the lead here. They're going to want to make sure the position close to the front, but the lead is gone. Dropped back to third in just a matter of one corner. They want to give Niall Tracy a shot of being there at the finish. He is their closer.
Dan Koss trying to make the move for third.
Well, that battle for third position is really opening up a gap for Team China and Team Korea over the Dutch and Great Britain teams.
Sun on the front. Liu Xiaowang now takes over with Park Ji-won behind him.
Well, Zheng Sun almost lost his foot in there. He was able to stay on his feet and make the exchange to Park Ji-won, but here comes Jens van Wout, just flying to close that gap.
Still a lot of time, 12 to go.
Well, the race is on now.
Three teams battling for two spots. That would not rule out the Brits by any measure.
Anytime we're in those low eights, we know the fastest lap times we've been seeing this weekend are that 8-0 marker.
Holding off on the exchange, and the door opened for Toonboer to slip through the second. And maybe the lead now. Not quite. Xiaowang, Park Ji-won. So much horsepower on the front.
One more series of exchanges to go.
Inside 5 to go. Here comes Kim Gun-woo.
Walk for that exchange though. Very late by the Koreans.
Had to go all the way around. They got it very late. Liu Xiaowang, Jens van Wout, down they go! And they both tag up at the bell. Park Ji-won. Sun Long is on for China. Niall Tracy a chance to get second.
Well, Sun Long had just exchanged to get back in. Niall Tracy's got more speed. Can he get to the line?
He does! He did it! Goodness! Who said 3 teams going for 2 spots don't count out the Brits?
Woo!
I think he did it.
Well, Jens van Wout grabbing his ankle down there. That would be devastating for that Dutch team if he's injured. We've got a couple yellow markers. Nothing is final yet. We got to wait to see what happened. It all just happened so quickly there in the relay.
And so what is being looked at is possible Dutch contact from behind on China. That would result, I believe, in an advancement. A battle for second place.
Well, Well, Team China, if the Dutch were penalized, well, you're right, the Koreans finishing first, followed by Great Britain. So that could lend to an advancement, but
I think the Brits' second place will remain because they were behind all that drama.
I mean, we got to see that photo finish still. It was tight.
Very true.
See if this is the look here.
That was where the late exchange happened.
Late exchange by the Korean team. Chang Sung-woo just holding on to his feet. So Jens van Wout in behind Liu Xiaowang.
On the inside.
Well, Park Ji-won's able just to squeak through in between. There's the first tag, and then Sung Long comes in from behind, makes another tag. He was carrying a lot more speed.
Johnny on the spot, heads up by both of them. Now, you always watch, there's an arm out in front.
Yeah, the arm was already down though. Jens van Wout was kind of skating through, but that put Liu Xiaowang down. Just spinning there, gets the arm out.
Park Ji-won, big exhale. Thinks he stayed away from it all. Let's see, they tied!
Oh.
It is a tie.
You don't see that every day.
To the 1,000th of a second. Into the ice we go.
After review, penalty, Team Netherlands. Team China advanced final A.
And so China finished in a tie for second anyway. So does Great Britain, but the penalty to the Netherlands. So that means a 5-team A final tomorrow, a 2-team B final. What a result though for the Brits. So here it is. Contact from behind is the call.
So Jens van Wout's looking for that inside pass. He's going to skate through Liu Xiaowang, but makes contact with him, and that puts Liu Xiaowang down to the ice.
And look at that final. Korea, China, USA, Canada, Great Britain.
Well, a huge result for Great Britain to make this a final of the 5,000 meter. Anything can happen after that.
And it will be a very sparsely populated B final. And here we go for the B final for the women's 3,000 meter relay. Korea, Hungary, and Japan. China was penalized in the semis, and that's why there's 3 teams here. Korea starting with Nodohi, Kurokawa Ki for Japan, and Zofia Konya
Go to the
for
start.
Hungary.
Ready.
This is for 5th through 7th.
Ladies and gentlemen, here having women's 3,000 meters relay, final B. 3 teams.
One more race after this to conclude day 1.
There are Team Korea.
Of course, is the final for the medals. Shang Emmett, Kim Gilly. And Japan had a skater. They swapped in someone else that was not initially on their start list.
You can see when there's only 3 teams on the ice how much more open the ice surface looks, not only on the track but even in the center of the ice. a lot more freedom for the skaters, less pressure when you're in the third position. You don't have a team pushing up from behind to try to make a move on you, so you can skate a little bit more freely, and you're within striking distance when you're in third.
That skater on for Japan right now, I believe it is Shimane Kurumi. Youngster, we did not see her at all on the World Tour. She skated at the Asian Games. And obviously, when they thought, hey, let's bring her to the World Championships. No pressure, kid.
Well, this is just a great opportunity to gain some experience here.
Suzuki. Back to Konya. Inside, coming up to see 15 to go.
Let's keep an eye on the Korean team.
14.
Might they make a move to try to gain the lead? Here's a bit of a setup by Kim Gillia, wide on that entry, building up some speed, going the long way around on the outside. It's not there yet. Going into exchange quarters, she's gonna have to wait till the next one.
Yeah, change up the exchange pattern here.
Well, that's just critical communication between teammates. We saw a struggle with Kim Gun-woo earlier, making a move on the outside. Not a great exchange to Jang Sung-woo, very late on the entry. A better job from the Korean team, being patient, moving to the next corner to make that exchange, and then reorganize their structure.
They are now back, exchanging at the same time, as you see. Lee So-yeon on the front. Maya Samori for Hungary. Shinichi Nemeth struggling to hang on through that corner, able to do it, but that dumped a lot of speed.
Kim Gillia attacking again on the front, trying to create some separation.
Now Korea really turning the screws. Inside 5 to go. More exchange to come. Will be Lee So-yeon to finish things off. Maya Dora Somori for Hungary. Nakashima Mide for Japan. At the bell, Hungary's closed it up. Is there going to be a late push?
Simone setting up on the outside, looking to hook tight for the finish. Drive to that line.
I think they might have gotten it. It's close. On second thought, I don't know. I'm going to retract that.
It was tight.
It might have been one of those ones where had it gone another half a meter.
Well, Simone definitely had the speed advantage there. I'm not confident in my prediction either way on that one.
That's good because you didn't make one.
That's why I didn't make one.
You are a smart fella. And in the end, it was decided by 2 thousandths of a second. The winner, Korea. Republic of Korea taking the B final ahead of Hungary and Japan. And so, almost. It was a great push by the Hungarians to get close, but Korea will finish 5th in the relay. Here's the surge to the line. She was closing all that last lap.
You know what? A little bit of a relaxed shoot at the line from Simone there. I think she could have stretched a little bit harder.
I wonder how much energy was left in those legs. That's all she had, maybe. But Korea will go 5th, 6th to Hungary, 7th to Japan. You see the results on the screen now. One more race to come today. Take the time to say thank you for joining us. Another exciting day, as always, in international short track. Never a dull moment is there. The lights are down. We'll take a pause as they set up and then introduce our A finalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final presentation for the women's 3,000 meters relay.
女士们、先生们，即将进行的是女子30米接力决赛。
Lane number 1, Team Canada.
1号位，加拿大队。
Lane number 2, Team Netherlands.
2号位，荷兰队。
Lane number 3, Team Poland.
3号位，波兰队。
Lane number 4, Team Kazakhstan.
4号位，哈萨克斯坦队。
Final race of the day. Tyler, you just noticed Poland went without a medal in the women's relay on World Tour. But we've seen that happen a few times. People peaking at the right moment. Is this their moment? They are in very, very tough company.
Go to the start. Ready.
It is maybe the one time a Velzebor sister does not take a lead off the start, and that is when Kim Boutin is in the race. Reynel for Canada. Sandra Velzebor for the Dutch. Kamila Stormovska for Poland. Lina Ashkalieva was just on for Kazakhstan. Now it is Yana Khan. Danae Blay is down there. She has been down there cheering on her teammates. Nice to see. She is not in too serious condition. It was a really scary moment yesterday, though, Tyler.
Well, absolutely. It's great to see her here looking like she's doing okay. I think she's still considering racing tomorrow, but will be a race time decision.
For those of you who didn't see, it was in a mixed relay. An exchange had just been heard. Danae Blay had gone down on her own ahead of an exchange. She got up and was moving off. Kristen Santos-Griswold had just made an exchange, and they essentially blindsided each other. And Santos-Griswold was at just about top speed, and so in the immediate aftermath, they were down for some time, but I think they were both just looking for the license plate on the truck that hit them. They were in la-la land a bit. In the end, I think Santos-Griswold, it was mouth more than head injury.
Well, between the Canadian team and the Dutch team, they combined for 5 of the World Tour wins this season. The Canadians bring home 3 gold medals in the women's 3,000 meter. The Dutch bring home 2 gold in the 3,000 meter relay. The last medal there, gold, was gone to Italy back in Montreal. So these are 2 of our strongest teams going head to head. As Sandra Belzebor looks up the inside of France Brunel. Brunel fighting back on the outside to hold that.
And Italy was so consistent, even with just the 1 win. They were regularly on the podium, but they missed out in the quarters. And Kazakhstan up to 3rd. Yana Khan, nice move there.
Well, Sandra Belzebor just slipped coming out of the corner into that exchange, so that lost some speed as Dita van Oorschot works her way back up to the pack.
It is Courtney Saroux. What a day for the team sporting the maple leaf. Couple of gold medals. Saroux herself a silver in the 1,000.
10 laps to go. The Polish team in great position behind the Canadians. You want to hold in tight there as Kim Boutin accelerates.
Topolska trying to chase Kim Boutin. Kamila Stormovska will come in.
Well, Sandra Belzebor has some work cut out for her. If anyone can do it, it's her. She has that incredible top speed.
Down inside, 7 laps to go. Canadians in front.
Well, tracking at 8.887 lap times here are the Canadian team and the Polish team out front.
There's Ricky Doak from Canada's East Coast on the front right now. Courtney Saroux.
Well, Natalia Malashevska is looking very strong this weekend. Can she challenge Courtney Saroux for the lead of this race? As Zoe Deltrap closes this gap for the Dutch team.
On the exchange, it's Poland in the lead.
Kim Boutin looking back up the inside of Stormowska. Nice move.
Brunel to finish things off. Stormovska, Sandra Belzebor, 3 teams. The bell, Brunel leads. Stormovska second. Canada has been in dreamland all day. Is this going to cap it off? Canada flying high. Can you believe it?
Four World Championship titles given out today. 3 of them have gone to the Canadian team, showing why they earned that World Tour Team Champion title. The women's relay team from Canada clinching the gold medal. We still need to wait for the official, but nothing caught my eye that needed review there. And Team Poland, we talked about being shut out all year long on the relay. They finished in the silver position ahead of the Dutch Lions, the reigning world champions from last year in Rotterdam. You can see some frustration, some disappointment from the Dutch team there.
They do end up on the podium. That entire Canadian program cheering the teammates on. What a day. Oh, Canada indeed. Poland, credit where it's due. The man next to me spotted that Poland had been shut out on World Tour, but they put in a heck of a race.
Well, they were knocking at the door time and time again over the course of the World Tour, just never things going their way. But they showed up and they delivered today at the World Championships.
And a great race for Kazakhstan.
There's that slip from Sandra Belzebor earlier in the relay that cost the Dutch to fall back into 4th position. And that just kind of led to the string of work that they had to do to get back into the race.
Kazakhstan program very nearly replicating a medal won here on World Tour, but a 4th place for them. Sure, they'll look back at that result and say, we'll take it, more to come. On Canada, 3 medals, or 3 gold medals today, 4 overall. Working. Ray jumped up, you see there, supporting her teammates. There, the results confirmed. Canada, Poland, Netherlands, Kazakhstan. And for the third time, "Oh Canada" will resonate inside the Capitol Indoor Stadium here in Beijing. Throw it down now for the victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, CNSG 2025 ISU World Track Championship 3,000 meters relay women.
女士们、先生们，马匹兵团2025年北京国际滑联世界短道速滑锦标赛女子3000米接力颁奖仪式现在开始。
Medals will be presented by the ISU representative.
为获奖运动员颁发奖牌的是国际滑联代表。
Mrs. Mona Silva Archer. Gifts will be presented by Chief Referee.
为获奖运动员颁发奖品的是裁判长。
Veloz Kubel. In third place, bronze medalist representing Netherlands.
获得铜牌的是荷兰。
Zonja Nosloor, Michelle Nosloor, Diane Van Oorstort, Zoe Delva. Team Netherlands.
荷兰队。
In second place, silver medalist representing Poland.
获得银牌的是波兰。
Kamila Francesca. Kamila Costa. Nicola Mazur. Natalia Malijewska. Team Poland.
波兰队。
In first place, gold medalist representing Canada.
获得金牌的是加拿大。
Courtney Sorrell, Ricky Doe, Lawrence Luna, Kim Putin. Team Canada! 加拿大队 Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Canada. 女士们、先生们，奏加拿大国歌。
Song we've heard a few times today. And Tyler, as we wrap up day one, last year, China was the story. So far, halfway through, it's Canada.
Absolutely, Team Canada striking gold today. William Danjanu first in the 1500 meter, Stephen Dubois winning the 500 meter, and then the women winning the 3000 meter relay. We'll see if they can continue this winning streak into tomorrow. And then, of course, the other story was the duo of the DeSmit siblings collecting 2 individual medals. Hannah DeSmit taking gold in the 1000 meter, Stan DeSmit taking silver in the 1500 meter behind William Danjanu.
Just a couple of the many storylines here. You see Poland, first international medal on the season. They didn't do it on the World Tour in the women's relay. They do it here. The Dutch couple of medals. Dennis Nikisha, a return to form, a return to the podium. And we are only halfway done. Lots more to come as we sign off from here in Beijing. Tyler, always a pleasure. A thanks to everyone involved with putting this event together on behalf of Tyler Dara and everybody involved. My name is Gavin Day. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.